Welcome to another session of Mario Maker 1 All-Stars, our last-ditch effort to record as much as we can of Mario Maker 1 before the expected shutdown of all Wii U online services sometime in April. Now we're going to take a look at probably the most popular maker that I have lined up in this series. Julian is somebody who, in Mario Maker 1, I think is in the global all-time top 30 or so, and was also extremely popular in Maker 2. And you'll see why. In Maker 2, where I've played most, if not all, of his levels, he had a reputation as being kind of a master of the engaging easy level, something relatively easy and thematic and accessible that would absolutely light the popular charts on fire, but which would usually still be very engaging even for advanced players. And so, given that one of the things we like to talk about all the time with Mario Maker 1 as opposed to 2 is that it seemed to be a lot more flexible for people who built on aesthetic or thematic grounds and was generally much more appealing to that side of the audience, I thought it would be interesting to take a look at Julian's profile and chart it as completely as we can, and kind of track the evolution of this style of Mario Maker and this overall design philosophy, starting all the way from the beginning in September 2015. So this was uploaded about 2 weeks after launch, exactly 2 weeks after launch, and it's the Skinny Mushroom Challenge. We got a world record here by Bruh, that's been standing here all this time. Bruh, also a well-known maker in his own right. And we're just going to go up the list from here. There are about 50 levels or so. We'll hopefully get through a healthy amount of them, since the clear rates are going to be much, much higher than most of the other coverage we've done so far. And let's stop talking and let's start playing. So already it seems we're going to see something that is unique to Maker 1 that we no longer see in Maker 2, which is the deliberate skinny mushroom, for those who unlock it in the editor. So you just have it spawn 100% of the time, rather than as a random draw, as was the case initially. And yeah, it looks like it's one of those levels where if you fall in, it's got a high clear rate because it probably just gets you on a conveyor belt that gets you back up to start. So you saw that happen already, and then it's just a bit of a soft reset, so you can still platform through it, but, you know, if you're doing 100 men or something, no need to risk your life over this sort of thing. Right arrow here is a bit hard to see, but that's okay. If you overshoot, you just get to land, so the blindness of this drop is not even that big a deal. And then here, oh, that's a bit of a height check. We should maybe go back and grab another. And yeah, interesting how, because the conveyor just also loads the mushroom for you, everything is just in place for you to continue. Anyway, we did already unstack this quite a bit, so we didn't really overcome it the real way, but yet you have to get all the way through here in order to make it over to the next jump after that, which is currently off camera, but that's a Maker 1 camera issue for you. And then let's get up here, and that's a yay as soon as you land and finally scroll upwards. Interesting, that looks like a reset door that's going to drop you into this location. If I had to guess, yeah. No semi-solid under it or anything, but oh, hence the door. Yeah, notice how Divine, actually, I was about to show how it intersects the one-way panel. Skinny mushrooms galore, and whoop. That pipe is pointing down as if I'm supposed to land in it, which perhaps we should do. Yeah, again, Maker 1 camera kind of has to cooperate with us here, scrolling up as late as it does. And here we are in the underground zone. And then, now we actually have to make it over. Too bad we never had the skinny mushroom in conjunction with the low gravity theme. That would have been a wild time, I'm sure. When it comes to totally failing to estimate your own physics. Oops. And up we go. And back up again. Alright, now Yeah, this is just going to move on over, and oh, just enough time for us to grab another one. We could have just stayed to the right, actually, after taking the point of damage there, or just done this, and done it poorly. Looks like we can just stand on top of that one-way panel as we scroll up a little bit. And of course, the whole prospect of having a controlled skinny mushroom would have been very neat to people at a time back in the first month of the game. As people were still kind of unlocking the palette and unlocking the secrets of what you could do in Mario Maker. And in the pipe. 5x5. And look at that. Touch Fuzzy, get dizzy, apparently. Perhaps the tall mushroom here, the lanky Mario mushroom, was a bit too much fuzzy for one day. Oops. Although the effect is quite nice when you're also tall enough to really make use of it as a Mario sprite. Anyway, no triple jump in this theme, unfortunately. Oh, we need to go up from there. Yeah, it's funny because, of course, at the time, we wouldn't have known that absolutely none of this would have returned for Mario Maker 2. Both the wavy effect and the skinny mushroom. And then, oh, we need to watch that ledge. I always scrolled the camera up just a little too late to properly spot that corner. Especially with a wavy effect going on. Let's not hesitate too much with that one. I was pulling back in anticipation of the next jump, but let's go back. Oops, come on. We can do this. Is that extra sound effect too, when you're jumping around? I wonder if that's part of just a background overlay of reacting to, or rather, re-triggering the drunken effect in the background. Yeah, because it seems like you just, you know, have a lot of the sound tiles that are placed in a lattice, and as you trigger it, you keep getting that initial springiness to this effect. Okay, we should actually go up this time without hitting that ledge. There we go. Cheers. And then, of course, we're totally going to miss a flag because, you know, that's a very wavy flag. Oh, okay, I guess I'm out of the effect zone. I was hoping to grab it while it was still wavy, but that's okay. We'll miss the flag anyhow. Anyway, kind of a simple early level that also just demonstrates something unique to Maker 1 very, very succinctly. Let's go on. We'll keep an eye on the timestamps of these levels as we go, because we do have a partial memory of some of the patch history of this game. So here's a keep running, don't stop. Still very early on in October 2015. Looks like there's going to be some P-switching here, perhaps. Definitely a lot of fire bars. Probably a hold right, judging by the name. Run, and then... Oh yeah, I guess we should have hit that first note block, but... Yeah, it's actually literally just a hold right auto level. Well, that was 30% seems surprisingly low for that, unless people just didn't read it as a hold right auto level. Yeah, it's very much a hold right. The kind of thing that was just extremely popular. And you can see what the route is if you try to not play it as an auto level, that there was a way up near the end there. Here or there, you're not really going to synchronize it any other way. Unless there were maybe the invisible blocks that were obstructing the alternate path that seemed to be visible, leading to the goal. But we'll see. Yeah, this is pure automatic. The world record on that last level gave you surprise memories of Maker Bra. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I did mention him when I saw the record. So yeah, like I've been saying early on in the first few weeks of Maker 1, and look at that, all that effort just to miss the goal take. Early on in the lifetime of Maker 1, it seemed like the top charts were dominated by either music or Old Right Auto Run or Mario Kart, and you can kind of see why. I mean, this is a pretty good example, a pretty good specimen of the form. 20-second world record, that tells you that somebody actually did do the little skip up to the swamp near the beginning, which seems very possible. We can try that briefly. We'll just auto run it for a little ways and then skip over to it, because there's a pretty obvious location where that happens. And we're... oh, wow. I was holding right. How did that happen? Okay. Well, that's okay. That's the clear rate, I suppose. No, we must have just stumbled along there somewhere. So we'll just watch this bit here, and then... I think near the end of this... no, it's not here. It's... okay, no, it's not here. It's a little further along. 20 seconds, though. 20 seconds. That tells me that there's a way to actually get there by this point that we're missing. Link in Time, you're happy to see me revisiting Maker 1? Yeah, it's been an invigorating experience. I've really enjoyed my time with it so far. Quite a lot of variety. And only so much time to do it before it's over, so... that's the problem, okay. Would you kindly give me some space? I guess without the Koopa we can't really do it. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, initially, if we had survived on the platform long enough for Bowser to jump, that would have actually been the route. I didn't count on the Bowser drop there being an obstruction. I guess it would have gone a little bit earlier. But anyway, we scouted it. You remember Bruh immediately capitalizing on 20-second speed runs? Yes, that's right, Document. I absolutely remember that in Maker 2, that for a while he was way up the top charts in Maker 2 because all he was doing was cranking out the 20-second speedruns. And I remember that it was not what he did in Maker 1. I do remember that as well. And yeah, because he was very strongly motivated to just grind out the metrics in the earliest days of the game, and was, I think, a big part of the reason why 20-second speedruns were kind of the leaderboard meta in Maker 2, in this same way that, you know, auto levels were kind of the way to go for early weeks of Maker 1, so. But yeah, because I kind of remember that Bro was in one of the Maker 1 YMMs as well. I know I played some of the Maker 1 levels, for sure. But yeah, I mean, predictably, I think he just, you know, hit the metric he wanted and just, you know, got his crown at his #1 and just burnt out from there. Gulliver Island, size swapping. Let's take a look. This is going to be, I guess, maybe the SMB3 giant land concept, except with the main world subworld swapping that we see so often in Mario Maker, as well as the Super Mario World theme. That's what I would be guessing. And yeah, Link in Time, we ended up getting the refreshing special meta anyway. I remember the Desert Bus one, Document. I never played it myself, and I actually totally forgot it was Bruh. But I know that, you know, back in Maker 1, that was when I kind of started watching Maker, and particularly Orator's stream, where people would send him that kind of Desert Bus style thing all the time. So anyway, this is the giant world, and then we can kind of scout it out here. Oh, interesting. Yeah, got a starting arrow over here. Right, because we're already in a subworld. We came in here. I wasn't paying attention. And yeah, it's sort of interesting how the main world subworld structure in Mario Maker immediately led a lot of people to think about a lot of these dual concepts, you know, big and small, dark and light. That was also the theme of a puzzle contest that we had in Maker 2, if you'll recall. And alternate dimensions, which we featured on this stream. And that, it just seemed like it was the natural thing to do when people were thinking about how to make the use of the maker structure. Yeah, here I'm just kind of following the route. There's some flexibility to it, but we're not really doing puzzle interactions per se so far. I find this piranha under the pipe to be pretty interesting. Bonafide pirate, welcome. And yeah, the reflection levels in 2 are another cool play on this idea. Yeah, definitely. Especially with the use of, if you're thinking about the reflection levels that use the upside down theme to create that effect. I do recall a couple of those for sure. And yeah, you were playing Cypher's Make 1 levels recently as well. I can tell that somebody has been, because the thing is, if you play anybody as a dedicated maker and just go down their list, you're liable to be on the weekly top list nowadays because traffic in Maker 1 isn't really that heavy. And not a lot of people are playing by Maker, right? So I noticed that Cypher had been climbing the charts in this game again as well, so I'm guessing you were probably a big part of that. And yeah, Document, I remember that it was the clock delay that would go on in that, and that was tech that I sort of recall being featured in some of the early Steve videos as well. And yeah, the right order. Yeah, I mean, Link in Time, I don't know if Cypher is aware of that. I know that, you know, his stream and mine kind of intersect around the same times very often, and we raid each other back and forth, so. Alright, the right order. Let's find the right order. This is getting into November 2015. Yeah, Julian was one of those makers that started with Mario Maker very, very young. I think he was still in middle school or something at the time that some of these were made. And then later on, of course, he was a pretty big presence in Maker 2 before he also just decided to stream Mario Kart or something. And okay, I guess we need to navigate our way to the right location here. It's kind of nice to see a labyrinth level again. Oh, this is a wall. I guess we go down the pipe. And let's jump up here. And here's a mushroom, which will take all the way down here. Yeah, unless you're intentionally jumping into things, this is a pretty gentle maze. I guess we just take this back out with us to hit some of the bricks that we saw previously, but we can also check this pipe. No, I guess we go back and hit some of the bricks. Anyway, let's go through here. And yeah, eventually we'll have something like this spiny head. That seems pretty obvious. Yeah, some makers are really, really very young, including some of the ones who came to prominence in 2 as well. And it's always interesting to me when you see a lot of younger makers who become really good at this, because there are people who definitely weren't around back when 2D platformers in general were a dominant genre, right? I mean, in some ways, you know, the 2D platforming has been a bit of a historical legacy genre for some time, and so you see a bit of a different age spread with it. And it's always interesting to me to see younger makers come up for that reason, because of what their background in 2D platforming might be. Yeah, you were 20 when this game came out, and you're only proud of 3 of your 2015 levels. Out of 25 or 30. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people, you know, have that initial burst, and either they stuck with it and improved, or they got distracted by other things. I'll be honest, I got distracted by other things. I tell this story often, but, you know, I did that huge initial burst of Mario Maker back in 2015, 2016, and then I didn't come back to it until just a few weeks before Maker 2 was announced in 2019. And then I realized just how much really good community content I had missed in that time. Notice that you... Oh, you know what? You can just shoot this with a fire flower. What am I doing? I was just about to say, we have the fire flower. We can totally take a hit and damage boost our way through all these piranhas. Or you could be an arsonist and set them on fire, which is a way to do it. Yeah, Donkeyman, I do remember Cheesy. I know I played Cheesy a little bit in Maker 1, but again, I wasn't really much of a puzzle player in Maker 1. I kind of only got into playing puzzles after I was already starting to stream in Maker 2. And so there are a couple of makers I'd marked out as puzzle people that I want to take a look at, especially with some of the mechanics being quite different in this game. And yeah, Link in Time, certainly, you know, if you're the kind of kid who has a Wii U at all, the Wii U was actually in a very good state as far as 2D platformers went. I always felt that it was probably the best 2D platforming console since the Super Nintendo. I mean, obviously that's been taken over by the Switch at this point, but as somebody who was a 2D platformer player, I felt like the Wii U had it extremely well, and if that just happened to be your family system, then you'd have a lot more exposure to the form than a lot of other people your age. And yeah, we've definitely seen so many things already in this game where... hang on, let's... That was a very satisfying unstacking. We've already seen so many things in this game that are not possible in Maker 2. We see it almost every level, actually, that we see something pretty unique. Okay, I guess there's nowhere else to go in this loop here. I always scout a second time just in case, but I think the point is to take this back to the previous zone and continue from there. Much of this level is actually fairly linear, if you look at it. There is a pretty clear progression. And of course, you know, if you're new to Mario, it's going to teach you some of the basic mechanics with power-ups as well, like the tail whip over here. Bonafide Pirate. I mean, the biggest change in 2 is that I really don't think they will launch a Mario Maker 3 without Wonder represented in some way. I think it's an absolute given. But what interests me more are the changes that we don't expect, or that we're not going to really even think about until people test them. Because it's amazing how much stuff changed between Maker 1 and 2 that people didn't even imagine would change, if you know what I mean. That they are not things that we even considered would be the result of an engine change until we actually had the game in our hands and started testing. And yeah, 3D World was a very interesting situation. I think Tropical Freeze was kind of that same way. I mean, both of them kind of far outsold their original Wii U release. I mean, I always loved both of those from day one. They are games that I think just continue to improve with time. But yeah, it's kind of true that, you know, you have these waves of nostalgia when it comes to Nintendo in terms of people always asking for the thing that they're missing. And most of the long-running Nintendo series have had to go through that at some point where, you know, people say, why don't we just get another one like this? And then they get it, and then, alright, now it's time to move on. In a way that, you know, Twilight Princess basically existed for a lot of the people who missed Ocarina in a very literal sense, and then Mario Kart was in the same place for a long time. I remember there was a very long time where, you know, no matter how interesting Mario Kart was, people would just complain that they didn't get Block Fort back from 64 or something. I think we continue somewhere else this way. The boot is obstructing me here. Let's take a look. Might be somewhere else to jump up. And then, you know, Star Fox goes through that all the time. It's a very regular victim of that mentality. Okay, I guess we go through here. Wait, we came through here. We can step on this now. Now what? We can step on that already anyway, right? So what do we even do with the boots? We can come out here. I should have found another path. Notice, no checkpoints yet at this stage of Mario Maker. I mean, I guess the boot gets you through the Muncher, but then how do you get the boot over on this side? Oh no, because we never came into the pipe to begin with. We're in a new place? No, we're not. Oh, I see. No, boot has to go over the grinders. That's what it is. Boots have to go over the grinder path, but then don't we have to be small in order to do that? Is the expectation that we're small? Because it seems like I just don't fit out of there with the boot, and I'd have to take damage to do that. Yeah. I'll be honest, I'm one of the few people who really enjoyed what they were doing with Star Fox Zero. Yeah, oh, whoops. 30 seconds remain. Yeah, no, I really love the Super Nintendo original. I actually think that there's no problem with Star Fox retreading the same story, and it's in fact the one Nintendo franchise I can think of that would really benefit from being something like a roguelike. Because that's what the format is, right? You know, you have this arcade-style run you can do in the span of an hour or so, with tons of branching paths and tons of secrets to unlock as you go, and a lot of potential for power-ups and progression that way. You know, you just keep the whole Corneria to Venom format, but you have tons of random variation and branching along the way, and you kind of develop the meat and potatoes of the game to keep it interesting, and I think that's perfectly fine. And I know people are kind of sick of a lot of random generation formats in some ways, if they've just been overloaded with them, but it's actually the one Nintendo series where I think it would be a good fit. But yeah, no, the thing about Zero is that it has this dreadful learning curve, but then once you learn it, it feels amazing. And a lot of people never get to that phase of realizing that they actually have much more granular control over it than they do with most other flight controls. You have to really kind of stick with it and sort of get through the initial ugliness of not knowing what you're doing to understand it's actually very, very well designed in some ways. If definitely light on content for sure, but you occasionally see people saying, "Oh, why don't you just bring back Star Fox Zero but ditch the motion controls and then everything will be fine?" But no, I mean that would just make it feel more like a lesser 64, and it wouldn't play to the unique advantages of what Zero was actually doing, right? And 1K Man, welcome. Yeah, online co-op would be interesting with Star Fox. I mean, I think, you know, Star Fox is something that conceptually they're having difficulty finding a place for, but then you could have said that about F-Zero as well, and then it turned out F-Zero 99 was just kind of the perfect way to do F-Zero, right? Where it actually did communicate the, you know, mayhem fantasy of the original game, and definitely not what people were expecting if they just wanted super fast racing with better graphics, but in some ways it's definitely the kind of most F-Zero game. You know, one that really has an excellent understanding of what the series can do. And yeah, Link in Time, just come along to the Discord. I mean, I definitely take recommendations. And at this point, oh whoops, I'm definitely a little concerned about how little time I'll have to really finish up Maker 1. That's the Maker 1 deflection, by the way, going on for you there. I definitely won't get through a lot of what I intend to, especially with, you know, some makers being much more difficult. You made what you consider your best level in this game in March 2020. Yeah, we should look at some kind of post-Maker 2 levels at some point. And yeah, there are definitely a lot of people kind of, you know, within our community here on Twitch that I'd love to see levels from and take recommendations from as we go. So we'll have a very, very packed schedule, but we'll definitely try to make room if we can. And but yeah, I'm glad Odyssey finally came along. To go back to what we were talking about quite a while ago, I'm glad Odyssey finally came along and gave people their fix of wanting hub-style Mario again. because I really loved 3D World and what it was doing. And I think there kind of needed to be an intervention like that to prove to people that yes, you can in fact have both. Okay, we need to get the boot down that way. I feel like we were expected to be small at this point, and we just weren't. Because we'd have to take damage and come back up, perhaps, and we have to do it quickly. Quickly. Well, I guess we'll go down to the plants. That seems unusual to me. I guess we should have taken damage in the other zone. There's no way the boot's gonna last this long. There we go. And we had to do it again. That seems very unusual. We're not going to make it. We spent too long on the vine climb this time. Wonder if I just missed something. Anyway, we'll hop. That seems a little unusual. I think that didn't quite feel right, but okay. As a power-up check. Oh, I guess we'll just go over the semi-solids. We'll do that too. Yeah, Bonafide Pirate. I mean, you know, the queue implementation for any of the bots that were used for Maker1 was dependent on the old bookmark site, so that wouldn't work anymore. But, you know, traffic for Maker1 would be small enough that we can just run the queue very casually. We did actually open it up at one point while I was running the YMM levels, and that was a great time. Because we had a stream where we just had a lot of time left over at some point, and we did take a lot of viewer recommendations, and so... Yeah, because the closer we get to the shutdown, the more I realize I want to make more time for Maker1, and so Bonafide Pirate, that's something that could very well happen. Yeah. Legend of Zelda Puzzle Dungeon. Well, oh look at that, bro with the record here again. And this is in November 2015. As you can see, starting with this level, we were at the checkpoint patch. We were past the point where checkpoints were introduced to the game. And now we'll continue. And yeah, Link in Time, we had to bail out on one Kaizo level and one P-switch jump level that was after the patch that made P-switch jumps really difficult. But otherwise we finished all of Waryuto and even got a lot of the secret paths, though not all of them. And again, Waryuto was one of those makers who, you know, I kind of had him favorited in Maker1 for a very long time, but didn't really play much of him until I started to get to know the Maker community better around very, very late Maker1 and early Maker2, and so it was a lot to catch up on for me, and had a great time doing it. So anyway, amiibo costumes. You can bop your head against things, that's very important here. I'm totally not mentally navigating this, by the way, and actually making any kind of meaningful progress. Oh, here we go. We're definitely not mapping this out while we're talking. Yeah, we played all of Pink Birdo last week, and then, oh, I'm not stuck. Okay, yeah, no, semi-solids. All this semi-solid stacking, so very subtle, and Maker1 when it comes down to it. And we played all of Iron yesterday as well. It is the Great Deku Tree, that's absolutely right. Which means the way to go is down. Anyway, let's drop this. And into the dungeon we go. So, I'm looking at this and thinking, huh, no tile to stand on, I guess we can't shield bump. Not that we could do it anyway. Notice that we could have done a damage boost over to Munchers, though. It would not have been wise, but, well... Well, okay, I guess we're in the equivalent situation. No, we can't, because there's the top right block over there that obstructs us. So we need to wrap around and eventually hit the pound. Yeah, remember, I don't have a sword or arrows either, yeah. But I can hit stuff with my head, and I can hit it hard, so... That's an important distinction, although you notice that it's never required here because at this point it's totally okay to be Mario. P-switch and then we come around this way, and I'm assuming the question block will give me another mystery mushroom if needed. And that is exactly right. Let's find where to go over here, and that opens up the shell on this side. The pointer to the P-switch tells you that you need a P-switch for this brick, in case people are new to this. Okay. And luckily the bomb is positioned there just far enough that we don't need to deal with the rebound in Maker 1. Yeah, objects against walls, that's one thing that I do prefer in Maker 2 when it comes to rebound. D-Minutes, welcome. Anyway, I guess we'll just knock all these out for some reason, although why don't we just come up here and see what this is all about. Oh, because I'm bad at jumping off vines. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, no, because we came through the pipe to come out of the tree here. Yeah, alright, that's fine. I guess we'll eradicate all this. We'll pretend this is a bomb chew or something and take it. Here's another mystery mushroom. And we'll break this and spring it. Very satisfying. Oop. And up through here. And here's checkpoint. And yeah, Link in Time, you're amazed at how much stamina some streamers have. Yeah, it's something that takes preparation. What streamers don't tell you necessarily, because there's not much of an opportunity to talk about it, is that you kind of need to think about like things like toilet and hydration and everything in advance, and have a plan in mind. And eventually you kind of understand what your tolerance is. I find that, you know, 4 hours is kind of perfect for me, but then sometimes we wind up in a very long grind or staring at a puzzle for an extra 2 hours or something. And definitely the stamina takes its toll. Well, I definitely kind of fell asleep, or was close to it, during the 400 hours or so that I recorded of Tears of the Kingdom last year. There was one point at which I kind of just started dozing off and had Link running into walls for an hour or so, and that was kind of unsightly, but I'm not paying enough attention here. Let's take a look. We hit the P-switch. The P-switch was reloadable. Oh, we have to go down here. Okay. And... Oops. Yeah, the 8-hour VOD was a result of me saying at the 5-hour mark, you know what? I think we have room for one more puzzle today. That was not wise. Oh, here we are. No, we shouldn't have done that. We should have... Wait a minute. Oh, fire. Okay. Of course. Did we get another mystery mushroom somewhere? I think we did. Thought we should go down to the POW. We will not stand in the fire. And we'll drop down this way. I'm not paying nearly enough attention to the Zelda theming here in terms of the dungeons, but I guess we've been going through the tree. And we can come back this way if we want. Let me just see what's on the right side. Yeah, so eventually we need to get the munch out of the way with a POW. And there's probably one up, okay. And then... oh no. I did it. Okay. I guess we're not going to bomb drop our way out of this one. It's early 2015. We're going to run into this kind of thing. And yeah, Link to Time, you went through your own levels. Drew Winters to watch Otoyan, Heidi Mario's Bachman, and now working on Spartacus. Yeah, there's like zero overlap between that and the makers that I've been getting through. So if you see something spectacular that you really think I should be streaming, definitely drop me a note about it and we'll try to schedule that in. Because there is zero overlap between that list and mine, and so you know something I don't, for sure. Okay, we're back in the beginning. Let's redo this. Yeah, I mean, you know, like, now we think of the semi-solid locking at the top of the level to be just sort of Mario Maker Soft Lock 101, but I remember that I was still seeing it pretty commonly, even near the end of Mario Maker 1 in 2019, and that, you know, it was kind of the biggest word of advice to a lot of people in a transition to Maker 2. Check your ceilings, right? Because it's just the easiest soft lock to make for yourself if you don't really pay very close attention to what's going on with the scrolling as you edit. And, you know, even people who are perfectly aware of that lock were missing it all the time. So, anyway, let's... Oh yeah, we need a P-switch to fire this shell. I remember that now. Whoops. And we'll just do it over here. Fire it. Then. And yeah, Link in Time, I'm glad you've been enjoying the experience of just going through this game again as well. And doing it by Maker, which I think is the best way to do it, but then, of course, I would say that. Obviously, it's kind of nice that you have as many people as there are working on Team 0%, where they're trying to get a lot of the remaining clears that are up for grabs. I don't have the technique or the patience or the interest to do that, so I'm glad other people have that in their schedule. And you've got some people who, you know, they want to try out 100 Man to really do a milestone clear of 100 Man while they still can, but again, you know, since I don't play Endless and Maker 2 either, I prefer to just see as much unique Maker 1 content as I can. I think this is the best way to do it, so... Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to see how much, while it's still a very small category and still not attended to very much, it's kind of interesting to see how much interest things like Team 0% have actually generated among people who don't normally focus on either Maker games. So. But again, I'm not the style of player who's really able to contribute to that meaningfully, so I prefer to just sit back and watch. Okay, that's a 1-up. We know that we don't need it for 100 men, so we'll get down here and... Alright, there we go. Knock that out. Let's not lock ourselves this time. And yeah, there's the flag on the other side of this house, so I'm sure as soon as we exit the subworld here, we'll... Yeah, oh, look at that! Triforce Heroes! Triforce Heroes, also something, by the way, that will no longer be playable online with the shutdown of the 3DS online services very soon. So it's technically the one... well, it's not the only mainline Zelda that I haven't played, but it is technically kind of a mainline Zelda in its own way, although it's the one that everybody ignores. I think the Triforce Heroes theme also really made for... I think it's the really interesting Mission Impossible level, I seem to remember. Unless I'm thinking of the Mario and Luigi costume. But some of these team-based costumes are pretty interesting. I just want to downward stab this thing, and I can't do it because we need a thwomp to do some work here. What are we doing? Let's go over... And... what was I even doing? This sprite looks a little taller than one tile as well, which throws me off because it totally is one tile high. Okay, so the swamp is here. We need it to go down and break stuff, so we'll break stuff. Can we? Oh, we need to go to the other side, yeah. We go to the... No, the swamp isn't going to break stuff here. And yeah, B-Minutes... B-Minutes, speaking of Mission Impossible, there's a recent Maker 2 Mission Impossible level you should definitely play. The one that was made for 8YMM by Sushiro, which reminded me of the big Maker 1 Mission Impossible level as well, although there's a lot of stuff that's unique to Maker 2 in that one. What are we doing here? Like, we only have one tile of height, so it's not anything like this. What? Did I do something while I wasn't paying attention that locked myself here? Or... Oh, red blaster. What's going on with that? Red blaster. P-switch over there. Interesting. And then... What's going on with that? Is there some kind of proximity trigger we missed? No, Link in Time, I don't have the list public. It's kind of like my own little notepad where we are determining things as we go based on how long I'm taking on a given stream and, you know, how we're feeling about it. I'm totally missing something here, and I can't actually take a death. I hope I didn't just lock myself without paying attention, but... I actually don't see how to progress here. I totally didn't pay attention. I don't know what I did while I was in this room. Maybe we need to redo, but... Because I wonder if I broke some kind of trigger or if it was something else, because it seems that you need the red blaster to fire a bomb going to the left, but that means that you would need a P-switch activation to do it. If I'm looking at this properly. Because it's like you're supposed to have a P-switch active in this room at some point. Red blaster drops down, fires to the left, a bomb blows up the ice, and then the thwomp comes down after that, and then hits the POWs, and then opens this up. But I don't know where that's coming from. It seems like we were supposed to be able to get through this door and open up the other side and hit the P on that side, but then the blaster dropped down, and I think maybe we were supposed to be on the other side of the blaster when that happened. So possibly we locked here. We locked ourselves like crazy. There's a minute. You know what? We'll just start over. Anyway, that just means we can continue talking while I lock myself on autopilot. Yeah, B minutes. I don't know if you know any of your level codes in Maker 1, but drop them in a Discord or something so I can at least mark your profile. And a Link in Time, that applies to you too. Like if you want to drop a level ID for either your Maker profile or somebody else that you want to recommend, just at the very least I can mark it down on my current list of favorites, and then I can, you know, kind of see what I can work into my schedule. But yeah, right now a lot of the people that we'll be looking at, respectively, are the ones that I'm aware of either from playing the Years of Mario Maker anthologies, or from interaction with them in the Maker 2 scene, or of course by recommendation and by reputation. And so, we have a long list of those, but it does mean that I'm also missing a lot of important people in there. No, B-Minute's thing is no bookmark site anymore, so you can't actually look it up. Unless you know that you ever shared a level code publicly on the internet. If you ever recommended it to somebody on, I don't know, a message board or Reddit or anything like that, where you can look up some old post of yours, that would be the only way, I think. Yeah, because just finding the relevant codes for content in Maker 1 has actually been a little bit of a pain, because, you know, there came to a point where, you know, sometimes people would link the bookmark page for their personal profile, but then the URL for the profile page on the Mario Maker website wouldn't have a code on it, it would have their username on it. And so you couldn't actually tell what any of their level codes are just by looking at the link, if it was a link to their user rather than a link to a specific level. And so I've had to dig around in some cases for instances where makers would have posted links to specific levels online in order to find out where the rest of their levels are located, because the depth of the bookmark site has really made everything inconvenient. And be honest, do you no longer have a Wii U, or like did you pawn it off to fund your amiibo collection, or what happened there? A Link to Time, the codes channel, even though it's marked as SMM2 codes, is probably the best way for me to find something so it doesn't get buried in other things in chat. Yeah, it says SMM2 codes, but realistically, you know, if you drop Maker 1 codes in there, that's probably easiest. Yeah, B-Minutes, I hope your Wii U has been bricked or something. Okay, so yeah, I see what we did here. We're not supposed to break this. Or rather, if we do break this, this becomes a problem. We do need to break this in order to get around it once we're on the other side, but if you break it and step to the left, that's actually a soft lock. But you know, early 2015 levels, that's just what happens sometimes. We do need to step on this P. I suppose I was supposed to not get trapped by that. This would take you down somewhere, but I think that's probably a death trap, I don't know. Anyway, we know what to do here. We step to the left and have a bomb and then launch the swamp. And yeah, Link in Time, that's very true as well. That is potentially something that's been recorded, because a lot of things in Maker 1 have been recorded at some point by people who just run things randomly, so... Anyway, here's Junior. Whoop. And here's... I keep thinking I'll tap him with my sword, because, you know, the sprite is just that misleading. Coming from Maker 2. The Triforce heroes wouldn't have made that mistake. Anyway, we need to get... Well, we need to jump on him, that's all it is. Let's jump on him. What? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the thing is, though, that, you know, definitely, even if a lot of levels are recorded, one of the reasons that we try to prioritize a lot of alternate paths when it's feasible for us to do it is that with people being relentlessly focused on the clear sometimes, a lot of optional content like alternate exits and pathways and pink coin doors and so on don't really get preserved. And so I do try to see them whenever possible, unless it's something that looks like a really deadly precision grind. And Julian, for instance, you know, Julian's popular enough as one of the top 30 all-time or so, that I'm sure everything of his has been recorded at some point. Yeah, too bad about the soft locks in this one, but, you know, growing pains for this format. We're going to see some of that. But definitely some of the other makers that we'll be playing, I'm thinking that there isn't going to be that much that exists anymore. And I'm terrible about, you know, actually preserving my stuff in a place that's more accessible. I mean, all of the maker videos I've made in the past are online, and they are all on Twitch, but Twitch is very difficult to navigate for that, so... I do need to export to YouTube at some point, but of course if you export to YouTube, you lose all the chat logs, so... Given that I don't have the chat logs on screen, a lot of the stream would be comprehensible, perhaps. Look at this, Julian making a 0.15 here. That possibly is deflated by his player base being more casual player base, I suppose, but let's see just how bad this is. P jumps over here, but I think these are pre-patch P jumps, so we should be okay. Yeah, pre-patch P jumps, they feel so much better. No, we needed to hit the POW, we needed to hit 2 sequences of POWs. The shell needs to hit the POW. Oh yeah, this will be fine. Except we need the shell to launch. Yeah, we needed to kick the shell first before getting up to that POW, so we need to sort of puzzle our way through it. Oops. Look at this sniper thwomp at the beginning as well, just... Not even a sniper, it's a short-range shotgun thwomp. Just to get you to move. No, we have to launch the shell before we hit the POW. We keep forgetting that. But then we need, therefore, to plan what we're going to jump on. Hang on. Yeah, because we jump, and then there's going to be a particular sequence here. We're under time pressure at the beginning, so I can't actually think about this. Spawn camping, that's exactly it. 1K, man. Here's the problem. What do I jump on? Maybe I need to kick the Koopa to the left, but no, I need to kick the Koopa to the right because then we can hold the shell afterwards. And then have the Koopa to jump on. Like, well, we can't do that, but let's puzzle this out. This is a kind of puzzle sequence in a way. We need to hit the shell on the right before we hit the POW up. Oh, we need to hit POW on the right before we hit the POW up top. We probably should avoid expending the first platform when we hit the Koopa. So we want to go directly to the Koopa. We send the Koopa to the right. We pick up the shell as we drop the first platform. Do we have room at that point to throw it and then jump up to the POW? I think we should, but then we need the second platform down below to still be live, so we have a landing point. Okay, let's try this again. Except we can't get nearly enough height here, which was the thing I was worried about if we don't find a way to get up to that POW, because like basically yeah, we need to hit 2 munchers, but then how do we do it? Maybe kick the Koopa to the left as we're standing top? No, it sails right off. I was wondering how much room we would have on that one, but we can't go on the Koopa and jump directly to the POW because we just lose the shell, so there's something here that we're not seeing. Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking jumping on the Koopa is definitely first, but then basically we have to pick up the shell and jump up to the POW. Yeah, pick up the shell and then jump up to the POW before we fire it, and then maybe we have enough momentum to hit the top. Or maybe it's an... No, it's going to be an up throw. It's definitely an up throw. What am I doing? It's very obviously an up throw, in fact. And then we fire as we jump off over there, yeah. There we go. Okay, that's how to do it. Now, do we need to fire the shell or wear it? We're about to find out. It is a shell jump. It is definitely a shell jump. Okay. Interesting with that trampoline there as well. Maybe that's a lower bound for the shell jump. I'm kind of surprised that this is not the kind of level I expected going through this profile by any means, but... Hey, look at that, first try. That is very unusual for me if you know how I shell jump. It looks like we kind of have another one here, and basically the springs give you a lower boundary for that. Well, we bounced it, but we didn't quite bounce it. I guess we'll redo it. So, shell jump level, we'll see how we'll do it. Mostly just singles, at least. Yeah. From what we've seen so far. Whoops, let's actually jump into that up throw. Okay. Nope. There's a pretty clear target for it, at least. Oh, whoops, missed it. That's okay. First section I basically figured out. It's just landing the shell jumps at this point, and then... Alright. Not a great sense of distance there. Let's just... Whoops. Okay, so this one could take more work than I expected. Whoops. Yeah, let's actually remember to fire that. Okay, there we go. Nope. Maybe a little overconfident from the jumps that we got earlier. Whoops. And it felt so comfortable too earlier, but I guess we kind of missed that window. Oops. I mean, I guess a lot of this stuff early on in Maker 1, E-switches, shell jumps already kind of had a reputation for being what an expert level looks like. And so it's kind of interesting to see someone like Julian kind of try his hand at a form. It's a shell jump against a POW, I guess? Or no, you probably deflect it against a back wall as you land, perhaps. I feel like it's probably a case of, yeah, it definitely fired a shell down that column and probably have it go back and forth towards the POW. Whoops, let's fire. And then make it over that muncher. That way. Now keep in mind that a lot of Maker 1 was designed, a lot of Maker 1 harder levels were designed around the expectations that you would be able to practice in the Maker mode. Which we can still do, but we're not going to do it. We are, however, going to make a lot of the same mistakes repeatedly. Whoops. Let's clean that up. And yeah, Link in Time, glad to see you around too, and thank you for letting me know how you've been doing with this game as well. And yeah, thanks for posting in the Discord. We'll definitely... I try to at least mark those profiles out in advance so we have them in the back pocket for later. Whoops. Missed that platform. Okay. That platform, that blue platform is misleading to me sometimes because I want to sail right off the edge of it, and it's actually much too late if you want to get a nice clean shell jump off of that. Okay. There we go. Yeah, you go a little bit earlier, like you're in the middle of the platform, and that's much more comfortable. And then, there we go. Okay, now that's a spin kick for sure. And you can spin into pickup in this game, so you would probably spin the bomb over, and then it's going to bounce up and then spring across, so there's a particular timing that you'll need to hit. Oh, that's fine, as long as we don't need the shell. I don't know if we needed a shell, or if it was just giving me an extra jump. That looks like it was supposed to be a spin jump on top of the spiny P-spin jump. Okay, hang on. This is Maker 1. I have to reorient myself with how the P-spin mechanics kind of work. Yeah, okay, so it's land on the P and spin jump. It's what I expected. We just need to keep that in mind for the later P jump. Again, pre-patch P-spin timings, P-jump timings in general are pretty good. Yeah, go out the middle of that platform, the shell jump works out pretty nicely. And then fire and jump. Again, I think it's okay to jump on top of that shell on the way over, and then we just stay alive. as long as there's nothing that strictly requires it. And we haven't seen yet if there will be. Oh, whoops. Left of the up throw over there. Okay, and then up we go. Okay, and then we just stand a little out of the way. And then P, spin, spin. Let's get this guy out of the way first, so we can read what's going on here. Hopefully the P timing doesn't matter too much, so we can properly read this. It will be the same kind of thing as before. There's a POW on the right side, though, so we need to do basically 3 POW shots to get, presumably, a 3 muncher stack out of the way. So you step on a shell. On the first platform, you up throw. On the second platform, you jump and throw right. On the third platform, you jump and throw left. But the problem with that is the shell deflection from the right side. Because, yeah. Oh. Oh, you only need to hit 2 POWs. Then why the third one? Fuzzy Beetle? Why is that here? Because we need it for the shell. On the other side, let's go back down. It's okay, that's not too bad, I don't think. It's alright, we can probably make it back there. As long as we don't bust up too many shell jumps along the way. I mean, I'm kind of batting above my usual average as far as shell jumps go right now, so whoops. Not expecting that to necessarily hold for long. Bit low on that one. Does give you a pretty clear picture of where to go for height, though. Yeah, we had a couple of clean attempts on that, but... Let's go over here. Again, a little bit far on that. That's why it's sinking so low and causing a few problems. Nope. Yeah, I had a pretty good distance earlier when jumping off the middle of the platform, but we've apparently lost the position that I was going for. Again, coming in a bit low. On the throw. There we go. I did come off the spring, incidentally, but that worked out alright. Okay. Yeah, and then just hop POWs actually do matter here. It's going to be E, E spin, spin. Then we go. Oh, nope, missed. You got multiple opportunities to get that right too, and we just totally blew it. Nope. Well, we'll try to nail at least a few of those. Anyway, there we go. Yeah, and then we get rid of the muncher, then we are down here. E spin. The Spiney's spawn distance there is going to be relevant. Yeah, we do have the leeway to lose one platform, and we just need to fire accurately after that. I do want to land on top of the Koopa directly if I can to save ourselves a platform, which is why there are 3. But failing that, we'll continue. Okay, and then let's stand over here. It's been a pretty reasonable level so far, actually. Let's get around this spike top so I just don't have to feel time pressure from it as we prepare to head down to the Koopa. Okay, that's fine. There's a beetle over here for next shell jump. And then there's another Buzzy on the other side. I don't quite know how it's going to go with the Buzzy on the track over there, but... yeah, we need to fire a little bit closer if it's going to drop on top of the trampoline there anyway, as been often doing. Yeah, because it's that little kick up the side of the spring that really makes that shell jump work somewhat conveniently, even if we're not necessarily aiming for it all the time. Well, pretty happy with how far we've gotten so far. I mean, further than expected. You'll notice one thing about this level is that it's not particularly indication heavy, and yet we can steadily figure out what to do. And because it's pretty clear from what we've been seeing, we just don't always read it very quickly. Whoops. Just a simplest spin jump over there, and we completely flubbed it. Anyway, let's keep going. Yeah, we'll see how we do. I mean, I feel like everything we've seen so far has been pretty doable. Nothing is beyond my ability or anything. It's just that my shell jump consistency has never been good in either game, and that's going to be the main limiting factor here for sure. I think I conducted a shell jump successfully for the first time in Maker 2. I mean, I never really played levels that required it in Maker 1, so... feeling it in my hands on a Wii U gamepad is definitely not something we have a lot of experience with, but which we're acclimatizing to. Somewhat. But we'll see if we can make a reasonable run at this. I don't know how long I'll stick with it because we have such a large level list to go through, but we are progressing. It's just that I do need to hit the shell jumps often enough to see that. Come on. Yeah, the most Maker 1 specific thing here, of course, is the spin and the pickup where it exists, and also, I mean, the state of the P-switches at launch is pretty comfortable. It seems quite similar to what it was in Maker 2 when it was reverted back to what it is here. Okay, that's comfortable. We're back to the limit of how far we've gone so far, which is here. And then we just need to let go a little bit closer because of the way that dropping it towards the spring there launches the shell up slightly, which, if you go nice and close, it actually does assist the shell jump a little bit by pushing the shell back up towards you, but let's throw off my intuition a little bit for where we want to be firing on the way up. So, oops. But yeah, pretty happy with how much we've seen in the event that we do need to bail. Whoops, went a little late there. I just didn't get out of that shell pickup cleanly when I was doing it. That threw off my usual pattern just a little bit, and enough to make a difference. And a deadly one at that. Okay, let's go through this way. Nope. Well, we'll see how far we can make it. Hang on. Like I said, we had a particularly comfortable pocket there for that shell jump, and we seem to have lost it once again. It was kind of coming off the middle of this platform and letting go not too late. Occasionally I was depending a little bit on the shells coming up on a spring just to give me that extra boost. But sometimes we don't, sometimes it just feels like a standard shell jump. Yeah, I mean, you know, a couple years ago when I was catching up on Maker 1, I couldn't have imagined that I would get this far on a level in this fashion, so we've definitely improved over time, I'm sure, in our time playing Maker 2. Okay, that was close, nearly landed on a blade there. Let's E, spin, and up. Okay, let's not choke here too much. And down. No, we still haven't found the right spacing for that one just yet. That's as far as we've gotten. I'm sure there will be more shell jumps beyond that, but how many exactly, we'll have to see. Yeah, that's back in the main world, so the exit would get a decent view at a glance of what's left, even if we don't step into the Maker mode. Anyway, let's step over here. Nope. And we'll go down. And we'll blow that one up. Then hop over here. And this segment is pretty straightforward as long as we don't miss this throws, which we did spectacularly. Didn't even hit the POWs that time. That was a bit of a choke there on a segment that should be easy. I was just a little bit off directionally with how I was doing the throws. So that should have been a freebie, but when you choke, whoops, it's just what happens. Oops. Gotta get the up throws down. We're starting to slip a little bit on the basic stuff. But yeah, it's amazing how much harder the P-jumps felt in the post-patch level that we did the other day. That patch alone would have made this level significantly harder right out of the gate. Anyway, let's try this again. Yeah, everything here feels like it's kind of within my ability to find out. It's just that it will take some work and a lot more consistency when it comes to visualizing the shells. Yeah, launching them like that right on top of springs does work. We just can't always spot that arc. Okay, let's open that up. Spin off of this one. Then, down we go. Up throw, to the side, and down. And yeah, Bonafide Pirate, it's very much all the stuff that was technically considered hard early on. It's not as hard as some of the ones that are, you know, truly punishing, like the Boryutsu one that I tried earlier in the week, but it's a lot of the tech that would have been very new and shocking to people coming into Make 1 Super Expert. Because I would imagine that a lot of people, you know, up until Maker 1, they would never really, if they hadn't played ROM hacks or anything before, they wouldn't have thought about ever doing the stuff we take for granted now. Single shell jumps, P-switch jumps, etc. Like, that's new stuff to people who are seeing Mario Maker for the first time. This is a little bit of a technique check right off the bat. You know, you either know that stuff exists or you don't. Even later things like the spin off the key in the next segment. Yeah, like I said, I don't know how long we'll stick with it, but the roadblock right now is really just one shell jump that is, you know, carrying the beetle after the pipe from a stationary position. You would think we can get that eventually. It's not something technical, like a particular trick that I don't know how to do. It's just that our consistency is extremely poor. The jumps definitely feel better when you get the shell bounce from the springs, but I'm not comfortable enough with the spacing to go for that intentionally on a consistent basis. Anyway, let's keep going. No. Whoops. That's okay. We'd start anyway, but I meant to start over. Yeah, we'll keep at it for at least a little bit, because everything else has been pretty gentle so far, even if we haven't really been that attentive. And again, you know, with some of the levels that we're grinding out, just in the interest of seeing as much as we can before the shutdown, we might save these for later as something to work on someday in the core spot. It's always a possibility. I mean, it really depends on what I want to prioritize saving in the core spot. Mostly I want to save things that are very technically refined in terms of expressing things that you really have to look into Maker mode to fully appreciate. But once we're through more of this Mario Maker 1 series, we'll have a better idea of how tight I am on core spot space for things that I want to preserve separately and possibly retry. Oops, I didn't mean to exit there, but yeah, I was trying to start over and we just over-tapped. Let's take a look at this, though, since we did an accidental exit. Yeah, actually quite a lot left to go, if you see this. That after the exit from the pipe, I don't know if there's an additional zone transition after that, but basically you get a shell jump with the Buzzy at that point, and then you see quite a lot more past that point. So we are a long way from actually getting through this. We got as far as the first pipe. We got there many times, so I don't know if it's... I mean, we definitely didn't see a checkpoint or anything. Location. It's about a minute total on the clear. It's pretty clear we're not going to be able to complete it today, so, you know, it's something that we'll probably save at some point, as with the Wario So one in the previous set. And we'll see, because I don't know if realistically we'd actually grind it out someday, but, you know, I might feel bad about not having 100% completion, so... yeah, that was a bit of an accidental exit, but let's move on for now, since I'm looking at the level and thinking, okay, the particular roadblock we ran into is actually still very early. And we need a more dedicated session to go through that. Rosalina's Icy Cavern. And this is still November 2015, let's see it. Yeah, enough of the makers that we're featuring have hard levels that full 100% completion isn't necessarily going to be in the cards, but in general, you know, something like super hard puzzle content is something that I am likelier to spend time on. This piece, which idea we saw earlier in the other SMM1 level, Zelda Dungeon. We do have to wait a little bit before we continue. And of course, we want to take a bit of a moment here to appreciate Rosalina's sound effects and animations. And then we'll just continue. Again, Maker 1 full of these continuous maze-like structures. Not even maze-like, but, you know, winding structures that really scroll a lot and aren't in a hurry to get you through doors or zone transitions. It's stylistically very characteristic of Maker 1 in a way that I pointed out a few times in the past. Because it's amazing how little of this you see in Maker 2, in spite of the fact that you can still do it, like this kind of level design. And okay, that gives me the P-switch. Of course, if the P-switch expires, I think there'll be a lock here, but I'm not going to test that. We have found a few locks along the way, of course, over the set. That is going to happen. And then, up we go. Yeah, winding back and forth. With the occasional vine. Yeah, I suppose Rosalina has her ice world here, which is more of a Mario Kart thing than a Super Mario Galaxy thing. But I guess that would be the impetus here for using this costume rather than any other. Yeah, this one you just kind of wait for the bombs and you go down and then... Here I go! Yay! Here I go, yay! There's a little pixelated Luma in front of her too, that is a nice touch. With the available sprite density. And then, oh, let's go through here. And then we'll drop out here. Anything when we push these? Just coins. That's okay. Surely this is a launcher for a 1-up, okay. Alright, that's fine, that sounds fine. poison. Let's hit this. Little push, but it'll also open a gate. Yeah, just caverns upon caverns. And I guess with, you know, the banner that we in Maker 2 now refer to as more info being much more visible in every level, that often there's a much greater artistic impulse too to making the overall layout look pleasing when viewed as pixel art. Obviously there are still people who do that in Maker 2 as well and really commit to the banner artwork. Okay, nothing over here. That's fine. But in Maker 1, of course, it's everywhere, and so... And of course we'll have the Galaxy Fanfare at the end. You got a star. Yeah, Bonafide Pirate, I actually accidentally exited the shell level, and I realized how early on I was in it. That if you look at the first pipe exit here, that's about a quarter of the way through. That's as far as we got. And we got there several times, but, you know, you need to do about, oh, I don't know, maybe 3 shell jumps at that point, which is fine. It was surprisingly doable. But given how inconsistent we were with that and how much is left, it definitely looks like the kind of Maker 1 level where the expectation is that you're going to manually practice in the editor, and that you're not going to get very far unless you do so. So this is a practice in the editor level if you're going to do it at all. So as with these, you know, we're going to run into some of these along the way, and if I have space, as I was saying, we'll pop them in a core spot. But I don't want to be in a situation where I run out of time for playing a lot of other makers because I stick with one level and grind it too long. So, you know, occasionally we'll pull some out to the core spot and see what we can do, but it's a lower priority. And I feel like we had a good sense of what we wanted to see there. And we figured out a few things along the way and talked about some Maker 1 mechanics, and that was fun. Geometry Dash. Geometry Dash recently patched, as the Geometry Dash superfans in the chat have been telling me. It got a big patch around December that people have been waiting on for many, many years. I still haven't played the game, but it is, of course, a game that has a very active maker scene in its own right. We have no real familiarity with it, but there's an easy and a hard mode. And we'll do both. We'll at least look at the hard mode and see what kind of difficulty it is. Yeah, you've only played it on mobile. Yeah, there are quite a few Geometry Dash people who come by to make a stream, and the overlap is pretty obvious. I guess we need to hang left there to ride the shell. I actually wasn't quite clear on this. Oh yeah, because Geometry Dash is supposed to be kind of an auto runner where everything's pushing you to the right constantly, right? So we just kind of hang left and platform like this. Okay, I see. Conveys that concept very well, in fact. Now, the funny thing is, Geometry Dash with the recent patch, I believe, it actually added a mode that was called Platformer Mode, where you could, in fact, scroll left and right instead of just having a constant fast auto-scroll pushing you. And I know that was the big feature that people were waiting on when it came to the new patch that was recently released. We're obviously going to play the hard route. I mean, this isn't a 16% just from people doing it on easy. Let's take a look. But it's going to be the same mechanic, right? It's just that we are going to go super fast and red here, and we have to spin on top of the bomb. I think a jump is probably fine, but I don't think we need to spin. We don't need a spin kick. We don't want to spin, in fact, because that would cause problems for the shell that we're landing on down below. Yeah, let's just scroll into things with the half screen that we have available, and I guess that would be the main difference. And having the red blaster here pushing us. And then we'll see what the rest of this entails. Oh, it's not that bad. We just need to watch our footing whenever we say, oh, it's not that bad. But yeah, there's definitely been some interest among some people who are regulars here when it comes to doing geometry dash viewer levels at some point if I ever pick up the game. Same spot. I mean, you only have so much room to scroll, so with both the easy and the hard in place, we know that this level is going to be fairly quick. Okay, that was easy. Not too bad at all. And we drop into the top of the goal. Alright, let's keep going. Flood Bowser's Fortress. Sure, let's do that. Oh, didn't even wait for the thumbnail to load here, but that's okay. Sure, let's see what's up here. Just a 1-up, but we don't have access to it. Okay, yeah, we flooded. Oh, I see. Okay. It's a dual level again. And notice, this is kind of a nice effect that everything that is marked as ice floats when you're in the water. So that's the central thematic idea here. As you switch zones, that ice floats upwards and it blocks your path. That's a very nice touch. In the absence of any real large ice blocks like the ones that we get into penguin levels in SMBU. Or NSMBU originally with the ice flower and making the large ice blocks all over the place. Yeah, because you see, you can't go through the swamps here, but if you switch into the ice zone, then what you do is you can raise everything. And of course, the level is just going to hold my hand here with telling me what the mechanic is going to be. We're going to explore down here first to see what was here. It looks like it was ordinarily just going to be a death pit. Which makes you wonder how much water was required to perform this flooding, given that this is apparently bottomless. And then ice will go down and give me a P once we are through here, so... Yeah, that's the thing, is that the water themes are consistently aesthetically pretty beautiful when it comes to the semi-solid design and, you know, even, for example, in SMB3 replacing the one-tile spikes with the jellyfish. And yet you don't see a lot of people design around them. I've never been one of those people who, you know, really dislikes water levels or anything, but at the same time, I can understand why they are disliked in that people don't feel like they have the ability to express expertise by going fast. There's some people who I think primarily what they get out of platformers is learning how to go fast and learning how to speedrun. And in water levels, you don't really get that pleasure. I mean, you can cut corners here and there, you can find good roads, but the sense of mastering the game by going at breakneck speed is not something that you develop in the context of water level. And I think when people talk about their antipathy to water levels, that is usually the kind of sensibility that is really underlying that. And of course, you know, they really kind of require their own design sensibility to work around swimming mechanics, which some people just inherently don't find as fun. Notice that P-switch, if it's used up, you would have needed to reload into this room to respawn it in the event that you expended it and couldn't get it back. Yeah, down there it looks like we'll need to swim down there, but I guess that means we're going down the pipe. Look at the dry bones converting to the fish bones. That was something that was in Maker 1, by the way, in the editor, where dry bones and fish bones were actually the same tool in the palette, unlike how they worked in Maker 2. Yeah, because fish bones were just this kind of neat thing that happened if you should happen to... yeah, we're supposed to use the P-switch in the other zone. I just didn't know if this was going to land on anything because I didn't see the semi-solid boundary down here. So obviously we need to reload this room and go for the P-switch one more time just so we can get through the other zone with it. But yeah, fish bones were just a kind of little bonus for dropping the dry bones into a water zone. There were a couple of things like that in Maker 1 that really made the Maker mode itself feel like more of a toy set rather than just a tool. Ding dong. Obviously. One up for 100 Man, and then let's proceed. Kind of a neat concept with the ice floating over down. I mean, this is, you know, once again, one of those very simple dual zone levels. We know a number of makers who really kind of use that as their launchpad into popular easy levels, and definitely put a lot of craft into it. But yeah, the idea of the ice floating is kind of nice, and I feel like there was a lot of potential there for using that in a puzzle context as well, if somebody really wanted to take that and extrapolate from it. So yeah, Duncan, you completely forgot that dry bones and fish bones were the same thing. Yeah, I kind of wasn't really thinking about that too until I played that segment there in that level, and I remembered, oh yeah, that's right. Anyway, thank you for the GG. Mission Impossible theme. This is not the super famous Mission Impossible level that has the Triforce Heroes costume, but it is a Mission Impossible level that is presumably music. Early 2016, still kind of early on in the development of music levels. It's hard to remember now, but it kind of takes a while, I think, for people to think about combining music levels with platforming in a way that Composer does, with some of the harder scrolling levels that give you a lot of freedom of movement. So yeah, this one, you just kind of let the auto-scroll play the theme. Now it's only 67% for some reason. There's going to be a Yoshi at the end for some reason. So yeah, it's basically just a music player level. So I don't know where the low clear rate is coming from. Yeah, it's not quite on pitch, but you know, you only have so many notes to work with here if you're building the top half here. Oh, that's a nice little effect at the end. Yeah, but with the palette that's available, I think I'm trying to mentally picture the actual notes and trying to picture if they would fit within a melodic range of the space you're working with here. It's fun to check in on the early works of well-known makers to see where they're just investigating genres. Yeah, very much so. Like, I mean, when we were playing Pink Birdo last week, right? There's this entire sequence of Pink Birdo levels that is all about playing with the split checkpoint, where you drop in from the bottom half of the checkpoint over a ground tile, which you can no longer do in Maker 2 because you can't overlap the checkpoints with the ground tiles. But basically, like, Pink Birdo has level after level of just doing that to figure out what you can do with it. And that was a particularly good example because, you know, that's something that becomes a core part of some of the more elaborate creations later on. And yeah, definitely, I think back in Maker 1 compared to early Maker 2, genres in general were just not as established or set in stone, or, you know, players and makers, I think, were floating with things a little more fluidly to find where they wanted to go before they became bruh and started cranking out 20-second speedruns in Maker 2 all the time. And so here we have Desert Expedition Goomba Guide. Does it involve a bus? We'll see. And in particular, you know, you have Julian's profile here where he's doing all this high clear rate aesthetic stuff, and in the middle of that he drops his little first brush with doing Shell Kaizo, right? Anyway, I guess we escort a bunch of these. No clear condition for killing them, we just knock them over and see what that gives us. I guess we do want to walk them over at some point, and maybe they land on top of a note block to give me something. I would suspect that's it, in fact, that we do need to have them land on a note block at some point to do something when we escort them. Now, we only have one left, so we do need to be somewhat careful with it, perhaps. Yeah, it's on a semi-solid the whole time, so we... I guess we should bump a bomb. We should try not to kill the Goomba, perhaps, in case we need it. Oh, whoops. Like I said. Ah, no helmet. Now what do we do? Is there a reset point somewhere? Or do I just go back to start? I think we go back to start. Okay, where's my helmet? There we go. Well, presumably we still need to escort this. I'd be really surprised if we didn't need it. I don't know what kind of lock it will be at the end. But everything's fairly gentle here in terms of just semi-solids bracing everything and making it easy to execute. We just need to be a little better about the bombs later on as we bump them into place and open up the path. Anyway, there we go. That's better. And what's over here? More bombs? Yeah. Nope, that's gonna kill it. Bit of an emergency maneuver here to get the Goomba out of the way. Yeah, that deflection from Maker 1 here has been giving me a little bit of trouble. That everything bounces back so wildly when you deflect it against a wall. Well, these bombs are going to get me into trouble. I think we should clear a bit of space first. Come on. Oh, I guess we just roll with it. Oh, nope, that's gonna be a problem. No, it won't. What a survivor, this guy. Anyway. OMG, don't hit bombs yet. Hey, we made it, though. Partly. I mean, we still need to get him up here. There we go. And then we bump up here, and then, yeah, it's a note block at the end, which I suspected of it. Nice save. You can thank the Goomba for that. That wasn't my doing. Okay. Let's escort him up here. Poor Goomba here. He thinks he's Captain Toad. yeah, that was a little bit tense, but surprisingly so for a level that's otherwise this relaxed. Let's walk him over. One-way panel will restrict him a little bit in a way that works nicely. What's going on with that mole? Let's find out. Oh, swamp over here? Okay, that's fine. We'll just walk him over. I think the mole is just kind of hanging out. Okay, big bombs this time. It's okay. Wide space to deal with here, we can just try to avoid them. We'll just collide with the Goomba and give me a bit of space. Look at that, very clean. Now we do need to drop the swamp slightly when we get over there, just so the Goomba has a bridge to walk across. It will cross that bridge when it gets to it. Nope. Maybe not this way. That's okay, it'll come back. Nope. There's that Maker 1 deflection doing some work for us here. There we go. Then... yeah, fairly gentle apart from the bomb segments, which are absolutely deadly. Then... swamps here... why is it giving me 3? We can just bump to 1 on the right, can't we? Then open up the gate. And here we have some note blocks, which I suppose we'll need to bounce it on top of. And then... boss time, okay. So we bounce it on top of the note blocks, and hopefully it doesn't die to a squish or something, and it gets pushed over. And yeah, the note blocks the whole time are just going to restrict it a little bit. And it's going to hit the ceiling. Well, I mean, I can't do anything, right? I just have to wait until it cooperates. So, there we go. Oh, nothing here. Okay, that's too bad. Alright, I guess that's not a path. It's just a design. That's okay. We'll just sit over this Tetris block here and grab the goal. And yeah, thank you for the GG. I mean, you know, could we have done that more cleanly? Yes. But was this more entertaining? Also yes. Yeah, that's a fun one. Love to touch with the little Goomba standing guard at the end there. As the boss music just blares at you. Exotic jungle. Well, more hollow trees to traverse here at some point. You think the Reddit level of the week contest helped out the creativity and accessibility of the crew that I'm exploring? Yeah, I know that a lot of them kind of connect through that, especially with early YMM and so on. I mean, I found that, you know, even at the beginning of Maker 2, Reddit quickly lost relevance as a hub. And I think part of it was because the community that was active there at the launch of Maker 2 was already kind of very dead set on a particular design philosophy in some ways. And I know that, you know, in Maker 2, everybody kind of had an initial feeling of, oh my god, we can't have auto and music covering the charts again like we did last time. We must have good level design. And then, you know, people had a somewhat restricted idea of what that meant in some ways. And it, for better or for worse, you know, it did launch Endless in a much, much better state than 100-man when it came to playability, but I think it contributed a great deal to Maker 2 feeling like it kind of balkanized in terms of genre, where people became very set in their ways. I find it kind of telling that, you know, Maker 2 organized so heavily in some ways around people who had a very clear idea of what kind of style or mechanic they kind of wanted to go for. And in some ways that led to very stable communities in a way that, you know, the troll level community or the team music contest segments that go on, you know, you have some very stable scenes within Maker 2 that have been running for years at this point. But it also means that we don't have nearly as much crossover, I think, than we used to. And yeah, I think certainly that attention dropping off of Maker 1 would have been a contributing factor, but anyway, let's head over here. Yeah, but it's true that, you know, nothing has really replaced the role that Reddit used to play as such. I mean, in Maker 1, I didn't really connect through Reddit. I sort of knew makers from elsewhere. But had I stayed active with it, I probably would have met a lot of these makers much sooner. I think at this point, Twitch is sort of unquestionably where Mario Maker happens. Maybe that's just my own tunnel vision speaking, but I feel like it's been that way for a while. Obviously, YouTube has its own scene as well, and despite a great deal of overlap, I think it does have a bit of a distinct culture. But it does mean, yeah, much less interchange between different styles compared to what we used to have. Daisy's having a time of her life here. She wasn't even in Smash yet at this point, if you think about that. And she's gonna mystify. Yeah, you connected through Reddit, but then applied to the 2YMM scene, and that was your in? Yeah. Yeah, it was nice that so many community projects like that kept people active with each other's content even after the launch of the Switch. You know, as you get into 2017 through 19, where Maker 1 is kind of the primary reason why people are playing their Wii U's at all at that point, right? And just the very launch of the Switch, I think, really drew a lot of attention away from that. Where at that point, you kind of really know if you're into Mario Maker 1, right? Unless you're in a situation where you were on Wii U and didn't have the means to get a Switch for whatever reason at that point. So you spent lots of time trying to innovate what you could after that, and it was a really fun time. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Because, you know, when you see what other makers are doing, that's something that really... for people who are still active within the community, I think they have a way of pushing each other, and I certainly see that on Twitch all the time, and something like a viewer level context. Because it constantly gives you this feed of things that make you say, oh, let's try that out in the editor. Okay, anyway, what was this? This was an SMM1 challenge. It's a lot of wall jumping. That's a little long for that. I think we just twirl over. Oops, a little low. One of those might have a deceptively high clear rate from gentle resets, but we will come down here and then watch that one-way panel. Whoops, didn't press against that one-way panel very well. Yeah. One of the nicest things about how Kavik tended to coordinate YMM as well, I think, is that he was very serious about getting makers from other scenes that are disconnected for communication reasons in on it. Certainly a lot of Japanese makers, and starting with Maker 2 to Korean makers, because these are extremely active communities, and they produce some of the best stuff there, but for language barrier reasons, we just don't have nearly enough interaction with them. And so I feel like being introduced to the Japanese and Korean makers by itself was a very big deal when it came to some of the community connections that were being forged. Okay, we don't actually need to keep the power up, so the munchers are pretty gentle to us. Whoops. I guess we'll just jump through. Yeah, we don't need a fire flower, thankfully. We'll just pop him and hit a P-door. If you let the P-switch expire, that is a lock. Yeah, I think I became aware of things like the YMM community not through things like Reddit originally. I mean, obviously there were a couple of levels from the projects that were cited in C videos when I was catching up on those, but I knew some of the participants independently before that. Like Ragnarok X, for instance, was one of the first people I knew in Mario Maker because I'd known him previously in some other games. And I actually do want to go back and record some of his at some point, because he was someone whose design style, I think, really kind of suffered from the transition from Maker 1 to 2, in that a lot of the tech that powered concepts he wanted to do were no longer available. But that's kind of how I heard about it, a combination of catching up on videos in 2019 and also just seeing the tag pop up with some existing makers that I followed. I had independently followed a couple of makers involved in these projects before as well. After a while, if you see some of the collaborative projects tagged, you start developing some curiosity about what's going on, so... Yeah, it makes a big difference that Kavik can actually get through to people in Japanese, and in the case of people like Wariotso, in Italian as well. So major curatorial role that way. Yeah, one thing that I had mentioned when I was playing through Pink Birdo's levels is that I know that Pink Birdo was involved in coordinating a lot of the Super Discord World and Brothers projects, and I know document that a lot of makers who were active on the Reddit network as well were frequent contributors to that. I didn't know if I would have time to go through those at any point, so when I was playing through Pink Birdo's levels, I just decided, okay, we'll just do these out of sequence for now and see what happens. But it's one of those where, you know, if we have time to do what is effectively a kind of traditional Super World experience, we try to do. It's not just a propeller here, right? No, we had to wall jump over and... Yeah, no, I have to do like a second wall jump on this side, and then... We're misreading this. Because we had to go really quickly up here. Yeah, no, I think we just need to be quick. Whoops. Yeah, and then, well, it's not going to be like the Cape Spin Fly thing. We just need to duck under a little better. I think it might actually be a wall jump. Yeah, that's much more comfortable. It's a lot more sensible, too. Yeah, I was never too happy with the propeller implementation in Maker, which is why the squirrel suit being added in Maker 2 was actually a pretty big deal. The thing about the propeller is you notice very quickly just how you actually kind of lose character power from picking it up, in terms of things becoming unavailable to you. That looked like it almost reaches. It's obviously not the path if you look at the coin trail, but not the intended path anyway, but... wall jump here actually makes it. Yeah, no, you can totally make it. It's much easier. And I guess you just float over this way. Spin across up. Yeah, I guess you do an initial jump out of that first, and then give yourself a little bit more distance. And then down we go. Yeah, pretty reasonably varied series of propeller challenges. Despite my inherent issues with the way that the propeller is designed in this game. It's one of those, I think it's a power-up is very difficult to make with in both Maker 1 and 2, but then when you see it done well, it's done really well. Oops. I think when things are hard to use, you really begin to appreciate when people have put a lot of thought into making great design come out of it. For instance, in Maker 2, I certainly feel that way about people who do pom-pom fights in 3D worlds. You know, you definitely notice every time somebody makes a good pom-pom fight. In some ways, it's kind of like that with propellers as well. You can only do so many things with their range of movement, but this is a pretty reasonable display of how to make an accessible propeller challenge. And yeah, this was just kind of fooling around with a lot of the NSMB mechanics, as you can see. I think this was the first NSMBU level that we would see out of Julian at this point, and it's definitely a case of playing around with the movement abilities and designing around it. Very much an exploratory level in its own way. Explore Atlantis, speaking of exploration. This is February 2016. At this point, I think yeah, it's March 2016. That is the final big patch. So this is still a little before that. But anyway, let's explore Atlantis. I wonder if it will feel like a Atlantis level. Whoops. Oh. That's okay. Flowers abound. And then we'll explore Atlantis, I guess. Yeah. Sunken cities are all over the place. Archaeologically, it's just that none of them are as deep as people imagine them to be. Anyway, let's, and they are also not always as pretty as the Super Mario World water theme. We had a fire flower here. Yeah, I guess we just explore and we pop into this house and we see how the interior and exterior kind of relate to each other. A little more capacious in the inside, but you know, you can definitely feel like you're in the same building. So yeah, I guess we just go in and hop around a bit to look at it. If it's a light world and dark world level, then we got something exactly. Well, I mean, a number of the kind of dual zone levels so far we've been seeing from Julian have definitely reminded me of Atlantis levels as well. As did that super popular Koopa escorting Koopa level by Waryutsu. That was kind of Waryutsu's big breakout. And that felt very much like Atlantis' style as well. You know, you have something very strongly thematic that is also a bit of a partner escort. There are definitely recurring themes that you can see among makers that you played for enough. There's Scuffler, welcome. And you've got a little Wiggler chase here. It's not too threatening, I don't think, but it's going to round a bend a little more efficiently than we'll do for ourselves. Oh, and poor Spike Top is just going to get in our way. That's okay, we're at checkpoint. And we can go down, that seems like it's indeed going to be the way forward. And we'll blow up the wall. Even just very simple interactions like this were very fun to see for the first time as people were figuring out the interactivity between the different parts as being one of the central assets of Mario Maker's engine. And then, yeah, let's move over here. We can eventually enter that, but I wonder if there's anything else to explore over here. Definitely does seem to be a way to drop down below these semi-solids, and then we can see what's below. We don't get mobbed by the fish bones first. Yeah, it doesn't look like we can activate that. I wonder. Unless we have a P-switch somewhere to drop that gate. We'll have to look around a bit, because I bet there is. I bet there is something like a P-switch that would open that. But we're not going to see it anywhere here. It might be something we have to activate from another zone, and then we pop back out. Oh, P-switch. Yeah, there it is. We should have just carried it. Let's just carry it. You know, we only need to go as far as... Well, I mean, it's just gonna pop that. Oh, sure, we'll go back and fire it up. And lose the P-switch. That's okay. And lose the flower. Alright. That's just how we'll play today. Interestingly enough, if you use the P-switch, I wonder if these blocks are the standard turn blocks, or if they... No, they're not. Of course not. But it was worth checking. In case that was a surprise shortcut. Making good creative swimming levels is challenging, yeah. Like we were discussing earlier in the stream, that, you know... I think some players, particularly the people who are very interested in going fast, get a bit impatient with water levels because there isn't much of a range for the player to express expertise. You know, your moveset in some ways is much more limited, and you're much more at the mercy of the layout itself. So... we've definitely seen some very interesting attempts in the form, of course. Like when I'm thinking about underwater levels in 2, for instance, there was that really good Zelda dungeon level by this Yarrow, I think, that basically used underwater in a sensible way to think about it like a top-down Zelda layout and create like a 3-dungeon Zelda game within that. That was one prominent example I remember. I think these doors are probably just matched, but we'll check them. Oh, whoops. Oh yeah, Maker 1, we're over the gate. That's right. There's a way to make swimming levels that work for that crowd. Yeah, you have to add pressure in a way that still gives you some reactivity, I think, and mechanically that's difficult to balance. You know, where if you're trying to enforce speed or something with push mechanics or with conveyor belts or with other things like that, and at the same time you want the controls and the platforming, as it were, to feel responsive. And at the same time you're dealing with things like the camera, scroll boundary, etc. And it requires a very different mindset. And definitely I think it's a challenge that not enough people have taken on. Mario's Bouncy Adventure. Very popular, this one. People like bouncing, I guess. How bouncy are we talking about? Let's find out. Okay. And there we go. Yeah, actually, maybe this was already past one of the later patches, because I know bumpers and grinders were added pretty late. I thought it was March 2016 that was the patch with the key doors, and moreover with the P-switches becoming really deadly. It might have been earlier than that, though, but I kind of feel like bumpers were a 2016 thing. I might be wrong. But I know that bumpers, skewers, fire car, etc., those were some of the last things added, if I recall. And, of course, pink coins, keys being attached to enemies, keys at all, really, but key doors. lot of that stuff came late. When I kind of got back to Mario Maker 1 after a long absence, back in 2019, definitely, you know, the fact that keys attached to enemies existed at that point was a huge change that was immediately noticeable, because it was the kind of thing that, you know, everybody was sort of working around its absence in early Maker 1, especially if they wanted to make Metroid-style levels that had boss gates around certain items. You had to basically, you know, take advantage of collisions with Bowser or with Junior to really do that, or have key-switch gates, or other ways to work around the fact that you can't strictly just defeat a boss to open a door. Oops. Yeah, this kind of thing with the conveyor belt and the vine, very similar, of course, to one of the earlier levels that we'd already seen. The rather gentle reset here from segment to segment. I mean, lots of ways of doing that, of course, but it seems like this was Julian's favorite setup, just, you know, get the player back quick with a conveyor belt, a very popular format. But getting the player up a vine back to a high point. Yeah, this was actually reminiscent of the very first level we played in this set, the one with the skinny mushroom right at the beginning. Which also involved bouncing into high locations, hence the kind of heights we're talking about. Yeah, the retriable setup was the key to popularity back in the day, absolutely. Particularly because, you know, I think early on, when people were kind of figuring out still the psychology of how people actually play through a random search in 100-man, for instance. Oh yeah, we don't want to hit that door, that just resets. Let's just continue. I reset multiple times there before I realized what was going on. Okay. We're bad at timing these things. But we'll eventually get it, as you can see, and then there's the checkpoint. And then, yeah, it didn't quite follow the coin trail on that one, but that's okay, that's good enough. And in we go. Notice, by the way, I'm going to show this off. The ceiling tiling here with all the yellow blocks and such, I mean, definitely a very popular decorative method, but I know for sure that's something that Julian adopted in Maker 2 as well, because it was one of the hallmarks of his style that this was the kind of terrain tiling that he would spend quite a lot of time on. Not everybody can make it look quite natural, but Julian had a lot of practice with it. Because it's something that he does very often, and it's a recognizable hallmark of how he decorates, although of course he's not by any means the only maker who does it. But the stylistic continuity is there. Anyway, let's go over here. Oh, and then this is just getting in through the bumper gate. Not bouncing on top of the bumper, unless, of course, there's anything in there. You actually think it's way overdone here? Yeah. It's... Yeah, but you can definitely see, you know, the idea kind of develop over time. Yeah, because you only have so many tiles to work with, really. In Make 1 especially. But it's something immediately noticeable anyway. It's all clearly background though, it's all clearly, you know, ground, and I think visual clarity is kind of key to making it work. Yeah, you can definitely tell that the tiling is pretty dense, but we'll go through here. Whoops, and try not to bounce on everything. This is Julian like 20 years ago, exactly. Before he was born. But, you know, people start somewhere. Whoops. Why don't we... Look, maybe we shouldn't be... Yeah, just duck jump it. Like a sensible person. Whoops. And then maybe line that out properly. Whoops. Yeah, we should just stand up again in that platform and redo this and regain momentum. Try not to get bumped here. We're totally gonna hit timeout. Just watch. Well, here's the boss. Okay. There we go. Right off the edge? Nope, not so much. Easy to play, but not so much fun to clear check. Oh, maybe so. I mean, you know, if you're well practiced enough at mechanic from just building it at that point. With the spacing, rather. This has been the only one that's really been a roadblock so far, technically speaking, but... I know I'm not good at jumping off edges, we're really controlling height. Yeah, it feels like we need quite a bit of forward momentum here. Yeah, the timeout's going to be a serious issue here in a moment. Counterintuitively, it's better to be a little patient and really plan around the edge. Whoops. We might be here a while. Well, there goes our streak in 100 men. Okay. We'll get it right at the end as we're running low on the clock. No, we won't. It's not going to be spin either because like the height is just a little too low. Oops. Not quite. Okay. 20 seconds. Nope. Let's try to at least do this segment before we hit timeout, but it looks like it's not happening. That's right, we lost a couple of attempts there too. A bit of impatience to get it done. Anyway, let's head down. Okay, let's... whoops, nope. And, oh yeah, here we are again. Don't know why I was expecting the bumper tracker from earlier to save me here. It wasn't going to do that. Hey, look at that, we made it. Nope, a little bit short. Yeah, let's just gain momentum in each one and go off the edge. Not quite. Well, not a very long run back, at least. Because if it were, this would be an obstacle. Even more so than it is already? Nope. There we go. Now let's not blow it. Right, chaining momentum from 2 to 3. Oh, who needs to do that? Anyway. Nice thing here with the columns going back and forth. You know, in spite of the fact that the scrolling is not part of it, that actually really kind of reminds me of... I think it's... Because there's a bounce boss in Mega Man 11. I think there's a bounce man in Mega Man 11 that has a room Well, it doesn't have a scrolling mechanic, it does have a layout that's kind of reminiscent of this. Anyway, here we go. Let's fall in. Yeah, I mean, aesthetically speaking, you know, bounce mechanics are all over the place in platformers, but for some reason that room just kind of made me think of Mega Man 11. Anyway, let's keep going. We're still in 2016 here. Lots to do. Crouch jump athletics. Well, we know how well we did with the crouch jump just now, so. Faster, lower, stronger. Let's see it. And thank you again for the GGG. Alright. There's a conveyor belt over the lava, of course, it's just, so the lava's just started to threaten you. And crouch jump all over the place, I guess. I'm gonna check this. I know you only need one tile for the horizontal pipes, but I think this is just decorative. I just want to see if we can get in it. I mean, it's not a pipe you can enter, obviously, but I just want to get into that slot. Yeah, it's another level that has a high clear rate from gentle resets. So, we might be crouching for a while here, but we'll figure it out. And yeah, Document, thank you for dropping by for so long and telling us stories from Maker 1. Very useful to have people who were active in the community at the time to listen on things. Whoops. And we'll see how much further we take this. Oops. There we go. Now, yeah, through the bumpers, I guess. Slowly, and then what do we do here? I guess crouch jump on top of this guy. Maybe crouch into it as we slide? Slide into it? Yep, what it is. Yeah, and then you crouch so you can actually make it under block there as you hit. That's going to be a bit of a challenge here. Oh no, you go up the top. Okay, no, you don't go under that bridge, of course not. You go onto the left on this side. Doing the sensible thing. Okay, and then through here. Without getting hit, hopefully. But even if you do, the mushroom does brace you. You know, you probably could go directly over this one. Yeah, you could. If you wanted to do this a little more efficiently. Anyway, this is going to be a jump off of this guy. That looks like it shouldn't be too troublesome, but you never know. Oh, missed it. Crouch jump over that little bonus segment. That was a... You want to do that. And of course, you have a mushroom check over here from one of the very few damage sources that we've seen so far, other than the cannonballs. Nice way to check that. Nope. Really do need to hold into a full jump here to get over safely, and then, oh, that's a miss. Yeah, nice full jump here off the last block, off the edge. We'll do it. It's pretty well spaced in terms of the spacing feeling exact, but not super tight. And here's another one with a timed mushroom check here, and then let's go through. Alright, what is it now? Is it like a wraparound? I think it is. More ambitious wraparound than I expected, but we make it. And we'll try to get over the bumper, and then at least there is that conveyor belt to brace you this one as well. Now, let's over here. And then you kind of need to plan ahead for this one, and that's okay. You can be fairly accurate, and you can get into that slot much more conveniently than I would have expected. Then, I guess we need to let it reload, but the door will refresh it. Short bounce. It's going to be short bounce. Not something controlled. I believe it's just short. Yeah. Let's go through here. Check up top. No, nothing. Then we'll have to redo this from here, but then if we know that's a short bounce over to Koopa, that's not too much of an issue. Well, mostly. Okay, maybe we need to lunge a little further ahead than that. We're hitting the Koopa a little too far to the left. There we go. No, we need a little bit of forward momentum off the platform. That's why I'm short by a block right now. Now we'll just go back. Then, I don't think we need the platform for anything secondary here. No, we don't. Damage check for some reason. Oh, from the Koopa, probably. And we're through. And then we have to hit that up top. Okay, I see. And then... oh, no. Grabbing onto the vine is not a good idea. We need to continue from here. Looks somewhat like a finale sequence. But we do need to go right off the edge. Nope, lost too much momentum. Can't really bump the ceiling there and get cut off. Nope. Yeah, you have to have a pretty exact landing there without bumping the block. And exiting off the edge on that second conveyor. Yeah, you really do need full momentum, and that's kind of difficult to figure out. Because if you have any kind of nudge at all on the block as you're entering, it's going to slow you down too much. Way too much. Well, good thing to check one here, because I feel like this is definitely going to be a bit of a time check. Running the conveyors? We kind of are. I mean, this one? Yeah, I mean, we have to duck again afterwards. And Mario, you might be right that we should have dashed a bit forward on that one. But then we need to duck again out of that, and that'll definitely make it in terms of height. It's just that we are bad at the inputs. As you can see, because you need to run for a bit and then duck right away, and then we jumped too early off the edge that time. It's a bit tricky. We'll likely hit timeout even if we do succeed. Yeah, because getting back into the run is not that easy to execute. Just kind of looking at my P speed here all the while. Yeah, I think you do need to do it, but it's tricky. Almost made it that time, but perhaps we still need to get closer to the ledge. Whoops. Hey, look at that, just as we hit timeout. 7 seconds. We're not doing this in 7 seconds. I guess we are just going to lose the timer here, as we're probably close to the finale. This is a little time check here, just adding insult to injury. That's okay. At least we didn't lose too much progress. Yeah, this was purely just a time check that was meant to catch me away at the level that actually did catch me. Now, let's see. This is going to go down and then right off the bottom, I suppose, almost. Yeah, we definitely wouldn't have passed with the amount of content remaining after the first segment earlier. There's going to be a mushroom check on this, but we'll go through here, and of course, this being Maker 1, we only need to hit 1 block to proceed. Yeah, we slide in. It's going to be a slide. Nope. Nope. Hitting the wall here. We need to land a little earlier. Let's crouch into the jump. Nope. We're hitting the wall, that's still the issue. And the timing isn't great here either. For Mario, he just keeps getting a wall on his face. Let's try to time it a bit better with a bit of a later entry. There we go. And we still have quite a bit to go. Oop. Single block to work with here. And then here we need to jump through and onto the Koopa. Then we need to fall in. Short bounce perhaps, or is it controlled bounce? It seems a little distant for a short bounce, but no, it is. And it's the axe over here. I'm gonna drop in anyway just to see, but well, yeah, axe and note block. I guess we just pop the note block at the end after we get the axe. And then exit out the little ledge on the right. Anyway, thank you to GG and Mario. Hurry up, temple escape. Well, it's not dawdle. Yeah, it takes a while to load some of the thumbnails sometimes. I think I said that with one of the... Yeah, there was one particular level where we didn't actually look at the thumbnail, because that's why I didn't realize until we got into it that Flood Bowser's Fortress was partly a water flooding level. But anyway, hurry up, temple escape. Sure, let's do it. Dark X2 on YouTube having the record on this. I recognize that handle as well. As somebody who frequently recorded. Anyway, we're at the mercy of the auto-scroll here. This is a level with playing with the fire car. That's after the fire car patch. Round shake effect everywhere. Oh, let's not get hit by the drag that we get from... Plump gonna go down, thank you. And then, yeah, we just blow things up and try not to get blown up. And then... Auto-scroll is only going to push me so far, and the axe is already here, hence why the scroll will have a little breather, and then this is a boot check as we hit in. Not a boot check in the sense of checking for the boot, but rather that we need to check the boot at the door. Let's be clear about our terminology here. And here we just outrun the destruction, I guess. Yeah, because it's a track at the bottom that's eradicating the bombs, and then we just need to make sure we don't lock ourselves over to semi-solid on top as well, which was a risk. Oh, and then we... Oh, yeah, we are a little behind. Interestingly enough, we could have almost continued, but fell a bit behind there, so... Let's grab all this on our way in. Let's give you the fire flower anyway. Yeah, it looked like there was a way to lock yourself over the ceiling. Unless it's an alternate pathway or something. But if we see donut blocks, we should go for them quickly. Whenever possible. Because that will be the first resort. Then, as you can see, this was where we lost previously, and we just need to bust through everything with the spiny hat while we have the chance. Or just take damage. And we just open everything up. Yeah, just a track that takes up the floor as you go, and then we just need to get here before you lose all the flooring under the exit pipe. And that's it. Anything here? Nope. Just checking. It's a decorative exit pipe. Yeah, very effective little bit of spectacle there. As long as you can handle the screen shake without barfing all over your Wii U gamepad. Okay, let's keep going. Donut Dungeon. Yeah, looking at the stamp on the previous level, that's March 2016. So yeah, that's pretty much right around the time that I think fire cars are coming in. I believe they were maybe... I know the P-Switch patch was, I think, March 2016, but perhaps the actual content patch for some of these elements was January or February. I don't know, it was early 2016 anyway that things like fire cars were being introduced. I just don't remember the exact date. Donut Dungeon. That was only within a few months of Maker 1's release, so... You know, people often talk justly, I think, about Maker 1 support dropping off. Maker 2 support, rather, dropping off pretty quickly. But it actually lasted quite a bit longer than Maker 1, if you think about it. In terms of how long we were receiving updates and the scale of the updates as well. It just felt like Maker 2 had a lot more life left in it in terms of things it could have added. So... Anyway, this mechanic here with the thwomp. Very, very popular, although I think, you know, in the context of 2016, perhaps it wasn't very well known at the time. I've seen a lot of levels since then based on it, but I can definitely see a level like this one being the first encounter with it for a lot of people. Thwomps and donut blocks, kind of activating them was also the secret to quite a bit of Maker 1 loading or entity management trickery. It was kind of a bread and butter method for a lot of that. So I think this was very much a showcase for that. Here with our amiibo costume as well, giving me the power to punch through walls. Also, notice the coins. I believe they are optional, so we will go for them. Or, no, maybe not. Maybe they're just for this segment. Yeah, it's not optional. It's just a bit of a non-linear thing for this segment, which is, I think, the first was seen of pink coins in Julian's set, since, again, they were a very recent addition at this time. And yeah, it's slightly deadlier on this side, and that's okay. It gives you mystery mushrooms to keep things going. I'll come up over here as well. And here we go. Nope, a bit late. Need to anticipate that slightly. And maybe not jump so high. And actually, let's go over to the vine so we can just drop immediately when we see this. I think that's probably the intended method. You can jump towards it, it's just not as clean. Even if it's quicker to set up and retry. There we go. Yeah, the coin trails make it easier to see what's going on here because of the blending of these semi-solids with the foreground. Of course, we've eliminated coin trails, so that's no longer as useful, but we'll just fall off the donuts instead. There we go. Yeah, this is kind of very novel tech at the time. I believe this is the flagpole, so let's just grab it and go. And yeah, you get the Mario 64 music from that particular Mario costume. Let's keep going. Platform Panic. Well, yeah, it looks like it's kind of a descending or ascending lift level. Let's see how it looks. Okay, let's go down here so far. And I mean, I guess we could have gone down here. I can't really see that very well from the camera now, but we'll just grab it and then come through here. Then, yeah, it's fairly gentle, at least right now. And what do we have here? We should have just ridden this down and back up. But luckily it will give me the mushroom to do that, and I'm sure we go back up for a key and then back down for the key door. That is exactly what will happen. Hold up into there, and then we will proceed. This little bit here feels very much like the kind of platforming Nintendo likes to do in Fortress levels. Particularly with the much thicker platforms that slide back and forth. Very common to both Super Mario World and the NSMB series, I think. Particularly with a lot of the vertical fortress climbs in the NSMB series. And we're near the end already, wow. Or are we? No, we're not. We've got a pipe. And the door. Okay, so we're going to be teased a little bit with the goal here because we've used so much of the allowable space. And we'll just head on and lose the fire flower accordingly. Not a semi-solid that will lock you, but a neat little quality check as well. We've definitely run into the ceiling soft lock already in one of the earlier levels. You had to watch your feet there. I don't think you can quite get above that, at least not very tidily, but probably nothing up there. Yeah, nothing. The way to actually check it, if you're checking the camera, is to do the vine cling, of course. It's because of the Maker 1 camera logic. And this is very Nintendo-style mushroom placement as well, prior to the skull-marked area. That's totally not a Koopaling fight, because we don't have those in this game. Not even a junior fight. But more platforms, which is fine. And are we there yet? Not yet. And anything over here? Nope. So let's just grab this and go. Yeah, actually, in terms of difficulty tuning and pacing, and overall spacing, like that actually felt very, very Nintendo style in some ways. That is kind of the difficulty target, as well as the speed of movement that you often see in mainland Mario. Is, you know, kind of right on target. Which then gives you a sense of the clear rate that you would expect from that accordingly. Around 11%. Yeah, that kind of tracks with what I would guess. Crouch Jump Athletics 2. Again, deceptively high clear rate, probably from just lots of gentle resets. Yes. Julian liked this mechanic well enough to make a second. Not sure I'm that fond of it, but, you know, play it anyway. The design's fine. It's obvious. It's just a mechanic itself that I think can be a little fussy unless you get a really satisfying slide from time to time. Nope. That looks like it was totally a little bonus area then here to the left. We'll obviously have to check it. Oh, it could be an alternate path, like a hard path. You know we have to do it. Subject ourselves to more punishment. Unless it's just here to trick you out a little bit. No, I don't think so. I think it could totally be entered as a shortcut. Might just be a bit of a precision shortcut, that's all. Nope, not even close. Have to find the entry point and crouch accurately. We won't try this for too long. But I feel like it should be doable. That it is an intentional shortcut. Looks too suspicious to be anything else. Whoops. But it seems kind of unusually tight. Let's just continue. It's like it's just there to tease me. Oh, whoop, no, we need to crouch out of this one. And land at least dead center, not beyond. Back down to that one slightly. Nope, hit the wall. Yeah, dead center is best, I think. Close to it, anyway. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see this combined mechanics from some of the other level set. Being explored using the Swamp Donut drop in conjunction with the crouch jump in the earlier level. It seems like, you know, it was kind of like revisiting this concept in the context of having learned to use the Swamp Donut drop. But yeah, there was an alternate route earlier, we just didn't see it. Maybe that was just a tease. Anyway, there's a key down here that's potentially obtainable. I guess maybe this is a bit of a looping structure that we'll see in the long run. We do need some kind of... Oh, we don't need to reset, we just wait for this platform. Oops. Yeah, we loop around down below. I guess we'll just wait for the next cycle, that's fine. Might be a little tight in timing though. Oh, whoops, nope. I didn't want to go that far. I actually did want to stay in that location. Anyway, we'll wait. We'll do it patiently. If we can. Yeah, we can't. Right on the edge there as we wait. Oh, nope, not quite. Anyway, let's try not to hit timeout as we do this segment. You can do it quickly, of course, if you have a bit more finesse than I'm demonstrating, but we'll do it slowly because that will actually lead to success. And then from here, we jump up here and take it. What does that take me? Well, oh, it's going to be another wrap around. There we go. And this one is all smiles. We get in through the conveyor belt sequence. That went more smoothly than I anticipated. I guess we have to spring through here. Yeah, we'll just crouch into it and slide. And hold jump into it. Not quite, we're actually overshooting slightly. So we can jump into it, but maybe not quite fully. Well, let's see. Overshoots it a little bit, but it's hard to let up on it just by enough to have it not send you this far. I guess maybe if we pull back horizontally a little bit, and maybe we can slip in. There we go. Tricky, but doable. Oh, and then we'll have to go through that top slot. Oh, once we reset that. Yeah, we only get one shot at that then. That's unfortunate. That's okay, well... Yeah, it's unfortunate because, you know, the camera scrolls up so late on that one, I didn't really see what the destination would be. Anyway, more generous than the bumper we saw previously, so this is a downpipe that is stacked with everything else. Anyway, let's see which slot we'll get into this time. And wrap our way up. I mean, I guess one benefit of this mechanic is that you can build pretty densely. As much for to follow. And we'll go through here. And I hope I didn't need to catch the same platform. We obviously needed to crouch into that. Just thought I'd have another opportunity to switch into the crouch at that point, but not expecting a series of wiggler jumps. 93 seconds on it before we get bumped back to checkpoint. I'm sure we can do it. Mushroom check over here, of course, in case you try to cheese it with damage. Oh, okay. Cannonball jump. Didn't realize that. And then a leaf. That's interesting. What would we need that for? Oh, yeah, it's going to be crouching. So, yeah, crouching, and then after you're done swatting over there with the leaf, you revert back into the crouch, which is important. So I think you do need it in order to sail into that location accurately while in crouching form. But I think maybe you need to do it while holding jump fully. No, let's crouch into it. This one might take a little bit of work. That gets you right to the axe, but we've got 20 seconds to do it. Yeah, not quite. I wonder, is there a vine cling that I can get on that side that might help? No, but then we can't duck out of that, so that won't be it. No, it's gonna be this. That's what it actually is. Except that's gonna be off a little bit in terms of the timing we need, so... I wonder if it is gonna be flight there. I mean, we're given enough distance to do it. It's just that it seems to drop off a little bit prematurely. So... we'll see, we'll figure it out. We'll just only have so much time to do it. You know, we need to... a little bit of horizontal pullback here to make this jump work. Then let's continue. And reset. Yeah, I have to do a little bit of a wiggle in midair to get a position to be convenient, but we'll figure it out as we go. Need a little bit more forward momentum to that, but not too much. Requires a surprising amount of finesse. Maybe there's an easier way to execute it that I'm not seeing, but... yeah, with thinking about the Tanuki Leaf at the end, I think it's got to be flight. But we need to drop a little more strategically. Maybe. We'll see. This one here is fussy. Because just heading straight into it does not work. So I was trying to pull back a little bit near the end. There we go. Nope. Yeah, the level design is fine. I just find this mechanic to be itself just a little bit on the fussy side for me, but that's why I also don't do a lot of precision around tight margins generally, is that I don't find that as gratifying, but you can still appreciate the work that goes into making use of all the available space here and making a lot of the segments feel very different and unique. Oops, no, there we go. Okay, that went cleanly at least. Nope, forgot about that again. Let's not get shot too much. And back to the leaf, and then we got 300 seconds to sort this out. 350 in fact. And then I do think that we want to fly with a crouch. But let's not slow down into it. No, that's going to be a little too slow. Maybe it isn't. Yeah, actually, no, it's just jumping, crouch jumping into wagging a tail. It's actually all there is to it. It's not more complicated than that. There we go. Yeah, the trick there was starting to use B instead of Y to wag the tail on the way down. Because in that way you stay in the crouch. Whereas with the Y button with the tail whip, you kind of stand up into the tail whip and then get back into the crouch after the animation finishes, so that was the change in order to make that work. Posted to 15 challenges. Look at the numbers on this level, 305k and then 54,000 likes. So whatever this is, this was a hit. Massive, massive hit. Here in May 2016. Doing gigantic numbers, even by Julian standards. Anyway, let's head on up. And of course, here we see a return of the one tile idea, except this time without having to hold crouch the whole time. Oh, I guess maybe we shouldn't have held onto that vine. I don't think we needed to, given the amount of height we were covering there. And as usual, Julian, you can kind of see where the low clear rate, or rather the high clear rate is coming from, just, you know, giving the player ample opportunities to retry. Everything's pretty gentle here, though, as you might expect. We're not counting challenges, but I'm told there are 15. This would be, what, number 2? We're not really going to count. Mushroom check over here, and then I guess we'll just steadily make our way up. And yeah, I mean, the pipe is on the top right, so we'll go with that. Yeah, it's kind of like a little gentle platforming variety show in some ways, just to put you through a couple of different mechanics and show once again that I'm not very good at these short jumps off of conveyors, as we already discovered earlier. Yeah, it's very interesting to see ideas return from earlier levels in the sequence as Julian kind of stitches them together one by one. But we know previously that we had trouble with this kind of jump. Coming out a little bit late again. And of course we haven't improved the situation very much. This is just some bounces over the bumpers so we don't land on the bumpers and get bumped up top. We just maintain a bit of momentum over there as we slide in, and that'll do. Oops. Oops. Had to account for ice. That's something that we haven't really been doing accurately. As you can see from often we're just slipping off the side. Yeah, the adjustment jump there was not a good idea. For the first time I'm seeing the cloud placement up top though. We didn't quite know where the destination was going to be. But now we do see it. Anyway, we'll proceed. Nope. Anyway, we'll proceed here. Yeah, I think I could have reasonably predicted this level would be popular, but I don't know if I would have expected it to be super, super popular the way this one is. It's just an absolute blockbuster by any measure. Anyway, it's just a series of short bounces over the spring. I think nothing more complicated than that. If we land on the middle spring, that's fine. We just try not to bounce into the side of it, I was about to say, until we did exactly that. But it's very well put together, and I think that was something that was in very high demand. Yeah, we do need just nice momentum here, I think. Right off the edge. And right off the edge means not going too late the way we've been doing. Try not to get all the way back to the bottom. Oh no, it's going to be a wraparound on the left side. I see it. And And we're out. Checkpoint 2. And yeah, this is going to be holding the bounce into that. Whoops. Missing my jumps, as we've been doing quite often lately. And we just need to do a bit of a camera adjustment there. Let's make a one camera for you. We'll just try to readjust momentum when we land. And proceed this way. This looks like a fair approximation of a vertical climb, at least as much as Maker 1 can handle it. Guess we will get up to cloud level as soon as we're able. Whoops. Let's keep going. Oops, nope. Slipping up all over the place. Now watch your feet around all these ice cubes. Good advice for real life as well if you ever find yourself floating on ice cubes that have wings. Oops, nope. Very slippery. Yeah, we'll always try to kind of head into an oncoming ice block, of course, but we've got 100 seconds to sort that out. Don't know what the ice blocks on the right side are about. I wonder if that is the way forward, but oh. Yeah, trying to check around here for some camera adjustment sometimes, and that's consistently turned out to be a bad idea. I think the ice blocks on the right are mostly just kind of serving as an alternate path. Possibly a more convenient one, we'll see. Okay. 50 seconds here. That was definitely one of the longer rooms. We'll see. I mean, we're already past checkpoint 2. We know that we're not getting any assistance on the clock at this point. And we'll see how these blend into the background. That's a challenge here. And then, oh, here's the flag. Was that really 15 challenges? I don't know, but we're not going to hit the top, so let's just fall in. I wasn't really counting. But yeah, an absolute mega hit of a level. Not that obvious to me why, but it is, you know, very clean and consistent in a way that if people are coming in just expecting something to play like traditional Mario, this is definitely another idea of a good Mario Maker experience would be like if you're not into anything more advanced yet. But yeah, definitely interesting to see once again how ideas from previous levels were reworked here into a very compact form. Ultimate Flying Challenge. Let's see it. Conveyor here to give you something to work with. And a POW. Now, what is that for? Puncher gate, I guess. Oh, got caught a little bit in that corner. That's okay. We'll go around. go. And now let's float down gently so we can see what's going on. Whoops, no. Let's not bump our head on every single obstacle. And then we'll have to redo flight from over here. Alright. I don't think we're still supposed to be flying at the point. I think it is a float down, but we just need to be much more accurate about it. Nope, still starting out a bit late. Sometimes just a little bit late at spotting where that's going to be on the camera. Nope. Yeah, a bit of a tricky task here just to perceive that corner properly. I just need to hang right. No, yeah, it's really difficult to spot where that's going to be relative to the spikes, but we'll just have to figure that out as we try. Hang on. Of course, crossing over to one-way panels is much more effective than just trying to dip below the central section here. There we go. Just need to really hug that corner with the spikes and proceed from there. Whoops, nope. Let's build up some speed. And what do we have over here? Hat. Right, and then we just fly up and pop everything. And single column is fine because this is Maker 1 and just let us do that. And yeah, this kind of flight setup, very familiar. In terms of just giving you a compact launch site. And yeah, we have to fly in the middle over here. That's become very evident to me. And we want to drop in here because let's check gently. It doesn't seem like there's semi-solid protection here, which concerns me a bit because I feel like that's locking potential. Definitely locking potential, I think. Let's wrap around and fly gently over. And whoops, nope, lost a little bit there. Nope, let's do this again. Pipe stacking, of course, would be of great assistance over here. Nope. A little bit tight around that corner. And that one as well. And then we'll have a little flight zone over here. We see some lettering on the right side. We'll see what that's all about. Didn't really get to read it, actually. Yeah, I can't actually see what that says, but we'll grab a leaf and perhaps get a better look. Oh, oh, there it is from the pipe stack. I said there it is. Does it say Guten Abend? I feel like it does. It's from Germany. No, it says something else completely. Anyway, this is just floating over. Yeah, a bit of a more ambitious jump on the right side would do here. We were just a little bit short previously. I can't actually fly and read the message at the same time, so it's not going to happen. On the other hand, let's go back down. Oh, something Nintendo, perhaps? I don't know. ENDO, it says. I have no idea what it says. I first thought it was G, but then we couldn't parse the rest. Looks like this is going to give me something. Yep, thought so. Oh, we totally could have floated down. Drop it here, and then... Or is that too soon? I wonder, it seems like we probably still had room to fly over here, but well... I mean, there was the spring that was denoted there. What even is this? Oh, I see. It's just P gate over that way, so we just need to fly quickly. P? I think we just go as high as possible and float down. Yeah, we go nice and high so we can float down over a longer distance, and that does it. Nope. Lost a lot of time over there. What does this give me? Nothing. Yeah, do a little bit of a swan dive here, and that will be sufficient. And that will be clear. Okay. You may also enjoy double shell jump, having just played a very gentle raccoon level. Use the palette's customize function to group together the elements you find yourself using the most often. Very useful maker tip for the things you can no longer upload. Mario and Yoshi Dream Team. We'll see if there's any resemblance to Mario and Luigi Dream Team, fourth in the Mario and Luigi RPG series that kind of died off over the course of the 3DS, I think. Studio responsible for those, Alpha Dream, is shut down at the end of the previous generation. So, very much a remakes holding the fort now when it comes to Mario RPGs. Yeah, pretty neat little gentle level here where you just escort Yoshi by triggering various mechanisms that you can activate to get him from point to point. Very reminiscent of the Koopa assistance level that we saw from Waryuto, as well as the many levels from Lantis that we were talking about earlier, but this is what a neat little element here. Bouncing everything into position. Yeah, that little back deflection of the launcher and the bomb activation was kind of nice to see. That was unexpected as well, so... I mean, Clown Car, we're not going to squeeze it here, so just let a piranha do its thing. No Potoboo there, but I guess presumably because you didn't want anybody to jump up. And I think this level is very committed to trying to be deathless. If you look at all the setups here, I think it's designed to be a 0 damage level, and it was definitely part of the intention. Let's perhaps not just use 2 Yoshis for no reason. Yeah, there's a little back shot here, of course. Maker 1, causing all kinds of grief as usual. That was a bad idea. But no, we need to reload into this. We needed to get fire and then fire into it. Let's just redo it. That's what reset door is for. That is quite specifically what the reset door is for. And fire is going to light this up, and then let's see what happens from there. I kind of wonder if we could... no, bomb's not within range. I was sort of thinking, okay, single tile pipe entry, we should keep an eye out for that whenever possible, but looks like we want Yoshi to swallow this so we can send it across. And then, once again, that Maker 1 deflection, causing issues. And we'll leave Yoshi behind, the way we usually do. And that's it. And he'll escape. Over the moat. If you'll look at this here, lowering the moat over the... lowering the bridge over the moat, rather. At the very end. Anyway, teamwork wins again. Look at that pixel art here. With some of the other levels that are scrolling by here from Japan. Skinny Mushroom Challenge 2, a throwback to the very first level that Julian made. Except with about 9 months and several patches of experience past that point. You can see what a difference there is in decoration too, compared to the original, with a lot more practice with semi-solid aesthetics. At this point, even disguising the opening arrow, which is one thing that, again, you cannot do in Maker 2. And let's head on over here, down a pipe. And then, okay, that's the proper use of the Lanky Mario plus note block. Making everything extra bouncy. We're going to be seeing this high jump effect a lot. Reminds me, oddly enough, of Luigi's jump in SMB2. Even though he doesn't go quite that high, it still feels very much like the same, where he's just kicking his legs constantly. I mean, that's kind of what Lanky Mario is mechanically, if you think about it, is that he is SMB2 Luigi. Mario needs a weird mushroom just to have what his brother's having. Yeah, we need to not be too fancy here with the crouch jumps or whatever. Wouldn't be surprised if crouch jumps actually were kind of strictly relevant at some later point here, but we'll pass right over. And the Lanky Mushroom is going to take priority over the Checkpoint Mushroom at that gate, as you'll see. And this is just a mushroom dispenser. He even tells you so on the side if you look at the inaccessible artwork. That was settled to question blocks, signifying what to expect from the pipe. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the SMB2 crouch jump here, because I definitely had it in mind as something I wanted to do. Let's see where we're going. I don't see it yet. Camera scroll up? Yeah, we go left. Couldn't quite see that from the way the camera was scrolling in, but now we have it. Then we wind up the jumps a little bit, just to make it over each successive obstacle. That one was looking a bit tight, but we've got it. and back we go. Oh, whoops. Yeah, missed a slide there. We need full momentum plus a crouch. Wait a minute. We're out at a checkpoint here? How come? Oh yeah, no, I guess the slide there is just for the extra one of mushroom as a bonus. Let me get one shot at that though. And again, the crouch slide, also a returning idea here. Yeah, so this enforces that you need to make it up over the bumpers without making contact. Kind of intuitively do that, but checked it anyway. Oops. Alright, let's wind this one up. Nope. Getting a little worse at this, actually. Nope. Yeah, we need a bit of a shallower angle against it. Maybe not that shallow, but we'll jump over it, we'll do fine. We're kind of letting up on a jump a bit unnecessarily when clearing the bumper is the priority. Yeah, full jump with Lanky Mario won't get you on top of the platform, that's the thing we might be concerned about. And then, again, an idea that's making its comeback from the House of the 15 challenges earlier, just the blocks on circular tracks platforming at varying speeds as before. This time not with ice blocks at least, which would have been more than we could consistently handle if the previous level was any indication. I guess here we'll just try to go for the flag and try not to miss. Actually got one of these for once, which is an improvement. Well, I don't know if we're even halfway through the list yet. There's quite a few levels going on here. We're definitely not doing it all in one session by any means, but we'll have time to go through a couple more. House of the 13 challenges, sequel to House of the 15 challenges. Or prequel by 2, I suppose. Yeah, a lot of reworkings of other ideas if you look at this. Flood Bowser's Fortress is going to make a comeback. And there's going to be another flying challenge with a cape. Let's keep going. And we'll just run our way up. Nope. And up we go. Then over this single column here, but then that's easy enough to make. Around each successive floating platform and all the way up top. Does this count to one challenge or two? I think it probably counts as two. Anyway, let's keep going. Yep, and then you're supposed to take a rest stop here, I suppose. I mean, you don't absolutely have to. Oh, mushroom there, for some reason. Skinny mushroom over there, that might be the random draw, but I'm not really sure. And then we have to do low jumps over the bumpers again, which we know we've been having trouble with every time they've occurred as an element. Luckily, we just reset over to this one here when we try this last bit. I feel like we need more momentum than that. Yeah, I feel like we might have needed more forward momentum from the previous segments too. Do that, but no, we don't. So, not gonna worry too much about that. Then we jump up to that row if we can. And it's going to be forward. I have to read this one at a time here. Yeah, very similar ideas so far to what we saw previously. Oh, the coin gate at the end of this. Oh, P-door, okay, that's fine too. P-door, also something that was introduced pretty late into Maker 1, whoops. Let's try to sneak under the bumpers now. Oh, didn't see that, yeah. Didn't see my target there, it was buried pretty well under the mushroom platform columns that are the same color as the music note blocks. And then, yeah, this is not too bad. Past that point, we continue up to clouds, and oh, there we go. Okay, ice once again, different pattern this time. You kind of tell that after the massive popularity of the previous level that perhaps this was Julian attempting to make lightning strike twice. Still wildly popular, of course, but not exactly the total blockbuster the first one was. I mean, sometimes you just need to luck into that for a level to blow up. Truly, truly blow up. Okay, this looks more or less identical to the previous one, actually. Yeah, I guess some of the desynchronization on the right side is actually not something necessarily intentional, but just a result of when we scroll and spawn things in. Maybe, it's hard to tell. Might be some changes in spacing relative to the other one we had seen. It does seem a little bit wider. This layout here, so perhaps we don't need to follow the same path and can't. Perhaps the right side path is more amenable to this time, but we'll have to try out a couple of things before we time out on this, of course. Yeah, conceptually similar. I don't know how much the spacing changed, because it does look very, very much alike. But some things are just a smidgen out of reach this time. No, you kind of need to watch the directional movement there a bit more accurately. Sometime over the next 200 seconds. Okay, getting a little bit impatient with some of these jumps. Let's just reorient ourselves and see where the opportunity is going to be when it comes to these blocks coming into closer proximity. No, not even close. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to be the same pattern, but... Oh, you know what? Okay, now we got it. Just needed things to line up very fortunately. And it goes a little bit higher, actually, so... It is a bit of an elaboration of the previous level in the style that we saw. We'll hopefully not have to do that one again, but... nope, hang on. Depends on how well we get this done. Then... oh, that's okay, that's not much of a reset. Then we just climb as well as we can. Then more of these one-tile gaps all over the place. And forward. Almost there. 100 seconds ago. Yeah, I guess that's it. Only 13 challenges this time, though. But I guess, with some of them being expanded, maybe I was beginning to push up against entity limit. Hard to tell at a glance, not having seen the full layout, because, you know, more standard platforming uses fewer entities than you would think, but here you have lots of things like bumpers and springs and other live objects. Blood Bowser's Fortress 2, we really enjoyed the concept the first time, and I was already talking at that point about how there was a lot of life left in this ice floating idea as you swap zones. That could make for more elaborate puzzles or navigational challenges, so we'll see if it's a little more straightforward than that, or if we'll see something new done with this concept. Very strong idea for a dual zone level even the first time. It's here, so every time we enter a pipe, we swap zones, and as we swap into the water zone, ice goes up. And dry bones become fish bones. Consistently so, even with the same placement, in fact. Yeah, I'm not going to make this jump over here. We're going to swap. It was a spring that was... we could pick up in a previous area, unless I just sank. No, we had to pick it up from this area, from the right. And we could come up here, but then we'd have to come back down again, because the floating ice blocks that passage. And we'll check on either side of them, obviously, in case this is something helpful. No, it looks like we're going this way. And out we go. And yeah, we'll need to swap zones to grab the mushroom, and then come back here in order to bust through the yellow turn blocks. There we go. I'm just thinking for a moment about the mechanic that was discovered in Maker 2. I believe it was in a Mang level where you spin jump in the kind of semi-water forest zone, and you actually do manage to get the spin jump breakage in water, which is very much a niche mechanic, and of course, you know, because it's with the half-water jungle zone, that's something that was specific to Maker 2. Yeah. Spike tiles look so much nicer in both the SMB3 and Super Mario World water theme. Launch this, and then we'll give us a platform to walk across as we back over here, and then this is telling me to go up here. I guess we should maybe take its advice. And then looks like we'll need to fire upon a bomb over here. It'll be the fire upon the deep. And yeah, nothing else to touch up here, so we'll just have to go through and see what is released. Fire flower, as expected. We'll just go back to the gate on the other side. Anyway, let's head over here and then let's open the gate. Oh, whoops. I hope we don't still need that. And that's just the axe. And let's move on. Yeah, it seems that, you know, with dual zone levels like that that have a water zone, that you really begin to see how many interactions like the super mushroom spin breakage are only really possible normally, and that the underwater mechanics are kind of restricted in that way as well, that you have fewer of the power-up interactions to deal with. Anyway, here's Bowser Jr.'s aerial residence. Let's keep on going. Yeah, if you look at the scroll bar on the right, we're at about the halfway point. And we'll probably maybe clear up to this point, because we had done Lethal Luigi's with the 1-year anniversary previously. This was the wonderful level that used a lot of the big mushroom amiibo effects to transform everything into Luigi form. We won't be recording that one today because we have it on video already, but we'll maybe try to do the 3 remaining ones up to that point, and that might be a good point to stop. And then we'll continue Julian another day. So here's Bowser Jr.'s aerial residence. Should be able to do some of these quickly given the clear rates, but we never know with some of the levels based heavily around soft reset mechanisms. Anyway, we totally broke in the Junior's home. Very unkind of us here. Listen to that clock too. This little clock effect that is being activated by a stump. I suppose maybe that's his alarm system or something that we haven't quite armed yet. Anyway, yeah, this is the shell that we saw in the opening zone originally. Now, nothing that we can do here yet, but there will be. I feel like we could have potentially had an opportunity to push through this with a shell as well. And we'll see, because it looks like it's actually going to be P-switch activated, and we jump up a little bit at a time. Neat little segment there. Activate a P-switch this way. Heal the helmet. Yeah, no other damage source there, so that was really all that happens in this location. I guess we have to make it go fast in order to have it come up here. Yeah, some pretty neat interactions here, actually. And more 1-ups for 100 men. Okay, I guess this is going to be busting the bomb over there, and then what happens here? I think we need to reset because we've done something wrong. We let the bomb go through here first, and then we bust it down on this side. No, we have it land on top of the swamp on the right side. Yeah, that's what it is. Lower the thwomp and have it crush the blocks that are above it. Whoops. No, it's going to go back. We just need to make sure the thwomp is on top. But of course, we would have to walk it now over to the block up there. If we reset, the blocks will stay destroyed though, so that's fine. And then timing was a little off once again. But it'll walk over. Well, let's not stand too close to the other bomb because that's definitely a risk factor here. If you're winning 2 tiles. Don't know what that munch is all about, but... Oh, there we go. Just disabling one security mechanism after another. And here, it looks like we need to get the thwomp down into the clown car to shoot the bomb on the right side, but in order to do that, we need to open this up, which is going to involve the P-switch. Visible block over there. I don't know what it's relevant to yet, but possibly we come up here and that note block up top. We manage it. Or perhaps we'll go through the door and reset something here. No, we actually just activate this block. This is the next room. And once we do, it's going to fall into place for us to have the P-switch activated over here. Due to that change in speed. Very nice use of the differential in the track speed, rather. Let's get this guy to light the bomb. I mean, same kind of idea as bouncing on the Wiggler earlier. That you take advantage of different track speeds on the same objects once they're in different states. Love the skull platform effect, by the way, with the clouds, because yeah, we'll unstack everything here to crush the bomb. Yeah, because using the skull platform stacked together like that as clouds makes the clouds kind of wave and wiggle a little bit. Boy, that's very pleasing. Yeah. This is sort of interesting in that, you know, everything's kind of easy to engage with and non-lethal, but at the same time it's showing a lot of interactive mechanics, so... Definitely something that matters for the easy level crowd. We open everything up, and then the gate is just trapped in place, which gives us a checkpoint, and we continue. Anyway, that's going to push you through. Then looks like if we drop the thwomp over here, then we can raise the clown car in order to do something with the fuzzy shell. It's going to launch over there. Wasn't quite sure what was going to happen given that we didn't see it, but now you're able to raise this. So the background here really makes it work, by the way, to make it look like it's going up the shaft. Anyway, we try to hit all the invisible blocks that we can as we see them come down, and then we're going to miss every single one, as you can see. Yeah, but then once you get collision on them, then they hit the blocks. Very satisfying. And we'll lift that out of the way and open another gate. Now hit over here, we'll see where this is coming from. Probably pushed in a position now that that block is going to come over here. It's sort of interesting that this is being used as the equivalent of an on-off track switching mechanism. That you have objects change tracks when they change speed, but that is in the context of a game where if we hit the muncher, by the way, something will drop on top of the note block, probably a vine that we can climb. But anyway, this is being done in the context of a game that does not have on-off switches for track switching mechanisms, right? So the track switching mechanism here is just interacting with the object itself. Okay, we need a stiletto at some point, I'm sure, but how shall we get it? Well, let's activate the thwomp first after having cleared those. And then it's going to be pushed in a position that until you get to a point where you have a shell launch. Yeah, we do need to move it up. get into a position where we'll have a shell launch with it. And then that's going to give me access to stiletto, as expected. And then that's a stomp. And then looks like we just go back to activate the P-switch quickly. We keep the stiletto out of here, we should be able to. But not for long. Alright, let's load this. Gives it a little boop there, and then this is very well concealed. And yeah, you're going to get a mushroom anyway, so it's planned around a mushroom, so the checkpoint flag basically doesn't matter when it comes to giving it a power-up. Okay, here's a Junior fight. Junior, his last line of defense are all his hammers, it seems. It's kind of interesting to see how much Junior was used in the same context that Boom Boom is now in Maker 2. Where, you know, you just have fights that are much more about the room layout itself than about the boss character itself. And celebratory coins in the air. And we're out of here. What a tree at the end. Look at that tree. Nice little ending screen here. Blends very well with the back curtain too. Yeah, very nice. It's one of those levels that definitely exists to show players of easier levels some of the more fun mechanics and interactive pieces. Flying Challenge, Cape Edition. Inflated clear rate from gentle resets, I'm sure, but let's push through it and see how we do. And then, of course, there is this mushroom over here. We float up to it as stylishly as possible, and then as I have to remark on, the thing about the cape is that, you know, if you know Super Mario World, it's not too difficult to handle, but then there's so many mechanics with it that, you know, if you are somebody who does not come from a Super Mario World background, I wonder how you learn this stuff. And what your first exposure to it would be. But to dive and to pull back into the float and everything else. Never mind some mechanics that, you know, Nintendo never really tells you or asks of you, like the spin fly. It does mean that anything you do with the cape is sort of difficult to teach and therefore difficult to require. It's either the player knows it or they don't. Okay, we need to dive a little bit lower because that'll give me a better pullback. Maybe. Oh, we need to probably do the pullback much earlier. Whoops. Yeah, kind of pulling back twice there in quick succession would have done it by maintaining a height as much as possible. There we go. And then we needed to continue from there. With the momentum we had. Oh, that's going to be tricky. You know what? No, this is just spin fly then. Yeah, because I saw the second segment there, and you know, once you look at it, you realize, okay, no, there's no way you'll maintain momentum further at that point. It's definitely just going to be spin. Right, I was always talking about the spin fly being lesser known as well. Nope, this is going to be a float. And we'll just need to reset through it in order to use the feather to get a cape whip in the bottom. And yeah, this is going to be a floating segment. Oh, whoops, nope. Took me a moment to read some of that, just with the panels and other things being where they are. Nope, we need to drop faster. We're going to drop that way at all. I mean, it might be more instructive to float left anyway. Nope, and then we made the same mistake. Yeah, the one-way panels at the bottom are just to kind of make it convenient for you to whip through the blocks without losing the cape. If you want to do it with spin jump, for instance, which might be a sensible way to do it. Yeah, I need to wind up from 0 here to do that. And we'll punch it. Nope, it's going to be rising there twice. Let's try it again. Okay, let's try over here. That's good. And then we go left to grab Yoshi. We did see that. Very well marked, this particular reversal over here. And then I guess we just step on it. Grab checkpoint as Yoshi, and then we will need... Well, I mean, I guess this gives you plenty of running distance, in theory. Oh, nope. I did a little dip at the end that was unnecessary. This is a nice way to motivate the mechanic where you jump off Yoshi and continue flight. And then we'll... that's a spin fly. By the looks of it. Well, I mean, we kind of need to maintain height through the middle, so maybe it's not. Yeah, it's not. We actually just need to maintain heights rhythmically over this. Good. Like that. Nice little way to do a cape check at the end is a little different from the usual. Whoops, nope. Then this is going to be probably some kind of pow hit at the end when we drop the munchers, and then ooh, very nice little finish here. It's just that we lost a cape along the way because we were within detonation range. Yeah, a nice way in this level to kind of subtly motivate each of the more advanced or less common movements. Even if you don't remember them right off the top of your head, you wind up trying them pretty quickly. Okay, probably just one more today. Edie Piranha's Botanical Palace. And yeah, this is kind of closing in on the first anniversary. Very productive 2015 and 16 from Julian here, from what we've seen. In year 1. Let's enter the palace. Every time I see these isolated bricks in SMB3, I keep thinking that they'll jump out at me and, you know, there's a request for Make It 3 for you. Oh. Oh, probably just off the edge from the top block. Maybe. Oops, let's try to do it. Oh, just a 1-up, but we'll grab it anyway. And then, very nice little load in here, and then what is that going to give me? A lift that goes up? Yeah, that's just a reset door then that we don't need to touch. Yeah, very nice mechanism there, just to get the whole setup in place, and then after the P-switch you have a blaster drop, presumably. And look at that, everything's gonna go. I see what happened there, yeah. Because then you also have the shell drop that opened everything for you, and open up the key, and then also closed off this. So yeah, very much the same kind of pleasure as the Bowser Jr. level before this one, where you just have these huge dramatic triggers that make a lot happen at once. You push a button, things blow up. Let's lower the thwomp. No, let's lower the thwomp a little further. Fire car's gonna shoot. Come on. And after that goes down, punches it. And I guess we just go through here, yeah. Nothing more to do but just bounce out. Okay, at this point we need to bust all this in some order. Let's take a look at the door. Probably a door that gives you something to hit. If not, this is giving you something to potentially stand on and then load. Nope, we'll go back there. Well, nothing to interact with here yet. I think it's got to be something that we need to hit on this side. Well, we could also just climb up the standard way. That might be something to consider. Then, yeah, grab the hat. That bust open, and then How will load in and then push to P. Probably drops a whole bunch of items from there. Let's check this in to see if we want to be here instead, though. Hard to tell, because I don't know what the mechanism will be and what exactly is going on. He would stop the conveyor belts, I suppose, but we don't actually know what this does, so I guess we'll step on it. Yeah, that's what it does. I feel like that could have potentially locked me onto the right side if we pressed it in the wrong place. But we didn't look at that carefully, so who knows. So we'll have another load in here from invisible block. Yeah, again, another idea that was starting to get worked out in some of the last few levels that we've seen. Just porting over to the next room to effectively have a track switch. I grab the flower, of course I can, because that's my way through the bomb. Oops. Yeah, I guess you do have to stand in close to have any of that work. Interesting here, we don't really see any way to hit that right now. But we'll just sneak on under. And then, yeah, this is another thing that we had seen previously in some of the other challenges, just dropping the launcher stack. Get everything to push the bombs, same kind of gate that we saw before. Yeah, it kind of feels like a bit of an evolutionary step from seeing these concepts worked out in some of the levels right before this one. Oops. Anyway, what's this going to give me? Buzzy? Yeah, that's just P-switch loading, I guess, and then we bump over here, and then we bump it up to the swamp, and then that gives me the gate. And then we just wait here. The block is here just to give you something to play with and hit while you wait for the gate to open. Yeah, so objects riding on top of things like fuzzies and spike tops was also something that changed between Maker 1 and 2. I noticed because yesterday we played a level where one particular solution involved dropping a POW on top of a spike top and a spike top just carrying it. That actually does not work in Maker 2 anymore. Because in Maker 2 the POW doesn't get forward momentum from the enemy that is sitting on it, so it just drops right off when the spike top flies. So, kind of an interesting change. I guess we need to lead the boot over. It's like if we hop it over here and then we hop it over to the right side. This is a neat little challenge here where we just move it over. And then this. We should keep it. Yeah, we definitely needed to keep it, but we are given another one anyway in the event that we didn't. A lot of things here just show you the downward strike. And having been given a mushroom here, what do we do? I'll figure out what to interact with. I guess the only thing here is the pipe right now, unless we can climb up. Oh yeah, okay, we'll drop this and then lights up the Potoboo, and then that's going to blow up the block with a big hit, and then we basically just gets both punchers to drop this way. It's going to blow up the bombs that then let me proceed. Given that we're not really going to be taking damage otherwise. Okay, what's up here? Looks like this is supposed to spawn. Yeah, I thought so. Then what do we do with that information? We need someone to activate a bomb. Presumably, since we came through the pipe, we'll go through the door and just blow things up accordingly. Open the gate, and then POW hit is probably going to something for me or do nothing. Yeah, it just on this side here, which then allows me to activate the swamp, and then it's going to drop the curtain. As well as eradicate everything very, very quickly before being dispensed into the bumper. Checkpoint and boss. Well, Peter Piranha by the looks of it, and here he is. Okay. Flames everywhere. Yeah, there's a bit of stacking going on here to make the volleys particularly large. Oh, time's up. Okay. You know what? I guess we should have just exited in that area, right? Or... yeah, because, no, we just needed everything to blow up on the left side, and then we should maybe get a mushroom. Yeah, I didn't realize we were at risk of hitting time out there. I guess we took everything pretty slowly. Oh, hang on. What is there to interact with here? I think it is probably a time survival followed by something like a P-switch to open up the left side gate. I can't see any confirmation that it is time survival, but it does feel naturally like it would be. Unless there's something I'm missing with obtaining the mushrooms. I think the mushrooms are here mostly just to give you a slight damage buffer. Yeah, I don't see any visual signal that it is time survival, but I think it must be. So I'm scanning around looking at what we can interact with here. Oh, no. Mistake. Yeah, I think we wait. I don't see where else we could go, really. And the question is... Oops. Yeah, so piranhas unstack them there, they can come down. We're in a rough position. I see nothing else I'm able to do except just try to survive. So let's read it as a survival challenge for now, unless we really feel like we're spinning our wheels with it. Because I see no other plausible exit or anything like that. Oops. A bit risky there. Kind of like that. I always think that, you know, with power-ups on boss segments that you kind of need to work for them and have a little bit of risk to grab the reward. Locking ourselves in a position over there, though. The thing is, I don't see what the event trigger is going to be for opening up the blocks on the left. This is surely the case. Which is why so far I've just been assuming time survival. I wonder, though, maybe if the door is on top of us and solid, we go for that door. No, it's not that. So I thought we dropped in here through that location. Yeah, you drop into the door, so it's not that. I think it is just time. Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes the curtain of fire here is not going to be the most convenient to walk around. Well, let's just tough it out. Hang on to the clock on the top right in the meantime. Anyway, let's wait it out. Yeah, the thing is, it's not clear to me whether I wait it out. And I'm just trying to look around. Yeah, oh yeah, it totally is time survival. 58 seconds in that room tells me that... Well, that's what we should go for. We're entering the room right away, so, you know, it's going to be about 40 seconds or so, 42-ish. Alright, so now we've at least confirmed what's going on. Because without any kind of visible mechanism, we weren't 100% sure that time survival was going to be the case, but, you know, it looked very much like it should be. It's just that you don't have much of a sense of what the timer will be. I know in Maker 2 people have started just putting timer text into some time survival segments just to give the player a clear idea in a save room perhaps of how long they're going to have to wait. Well, I knew that was going to be a problem. I was deliberately trying to avoid that, and then we just landed right on top of it anyway. Tiny little piranha projectile there. A small piranha, no less. Oops. Anyway, we'll just try to dodge until about 4:58 on the clock. That should be consistently what we're going for. Consistent ourselves when it comes to auto climbing. Just a few seconds, I think, and then we should be through. Yeah. Well, this time we can take damage at least, but let's try to get out cleanly. And that is the big finish. I wonder if we can get up top. No, hang on. Yes, we can. And there is a bonus here. Very satisfying. And of course we'll just completely miss it. Not so satisfying. And let's head on down. Okay, I think we'll probably finish in that today. Pretty productive session, I think. Getting through the first year of Julian's creations, and that's taking us about halfway up the list as we had a pretty good look at seeing and explore our various interests and formats and fine-tune the technique while cranking out these mega popular hits all the time. Wow, the next one up is going to be Deku Dungeon. That's going to be absolutely huge in terms of plays as well. That'll be a good one to start with next time. We've got so much more left to do. And yeah, the 1 and 2 YMM levels we've recorded previously, but everything else we'll save for next time, all the way up to the finale that I think was built right before the debut of Maker 2. So, yeah, pretty good run today, and then that was a very nice one to finish on. Thank you so much for the follow. We will be back for more over the course of this week. Probably tomorrow, although things are sometimes a bit shaky day to day. As usual, it's going to be Maker 1 during weekdays, hopefully Maker 2 during weekends if we don't have a weather and electricity related cancellation like we did last week. And of course, suggestions are always welcome for this Mario Maker 1 series. If anybody has levels or makers they are really keen on seeing streamed, although we do have a very, very packed timetable for what I want to do. And that's kind of in flux. We're sort of seeing day to day and week to week how we're doing in terms of progress to determine what it is we're playing. But with Julian, we got through about half the list, and hopefully one more stream should do it, depending on whether we hit another Kaizo roadblock like we did today. Thanks so much for joining me. We will be back soon enough. Thanks for watching. I'll send you off to somebody else. Thanks for the new follows and old viewership alike. And as always, enjoy everything you may be playing or making or watching this week. And above all, fare thee well.